term this? Yes, this na term for all salon people and them party them. Sarah J Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sarahjmedia.org. Now who's term these?
The total population of Sierra Leone in 2019 was stated approximately at 7.8 million. And the most common cancer reported in 2018 was breast cancer, with an incidence rate of 25.1% and a mortality rate of 19.2%. Ward 2 at the Connaught Hospital, Freetown, is a female surgical ward that cares for patients requiring breast surgery, chemotherapy, and palliative care. General surgery also admits to the ward as see fit. The ward is in need of a significant refurbishment and has a major impact on patient assessment and delivery of treatment, dignity, comfort, and infection control measures. The current ward area presents a significant challenge to infection control. There is no fit for purpose or adequate personal hygiene facilities. The showers and sanitary areas are in poor condition and are difficult to clean. The flooring is deteriorated. Overall deco and fabric of the walls need repair and full decoration. Furniture, cupboards, and shelving require replacement. The sluice, known to be the dirty utility room, is in poor condition and needs replacing. Windows need to be replaced as current windows bring in draughts, dust, debris, mosquitoes, and rodents. There is no designated area to provide a day service for patients receiving chemotherapy. Medical supplies is desperately needed. Therefore, we need a total amount of £15,000, which is equivalent to 195 million leones, for this project. This project will focus on women diagnosed with breast cancer and other non-malignant breast abnormalities requiring one or more of the treatment modalities that are currently available. We will also set up a day unit for the administration of chemotherapy and provide training and development to ensure sustainability. Therefore, I am pleading to all individuals, organizations, and local businesses, and every Sierra Leonean and friends of Sierra Leone to make a meaningful contribution that will never go in vain. Ways to contribute will be seen at the end of this clip. I am Aissata Sisejalo of the Health Show Partnership Program. Remember, your health is your wealth.
Nina Yvonne Akisoya, and 11th May 2021 make me 3 years where I don't day in office. I say let I come and tell Freetonians them una boku tenki for where una elect me and when I give me this mandate for serve una. But I not just want to tell una thank you for when I elect me, I want to tell una thank you for when I don't work with me and work with the councillors, work with the staff of Freetown City Council, work with so many stakeholders, including the central government, the international partners, the local partners. I want to tell Una, the Freetonians, and thank you, but I want to tell all the other groups and the Boku Boku Tenki. Together, we embark on a journey for Transform Freetown, and in nobody not been say it go easy. We published the plan in January 2019, and then in January 2020, we published our first year report, and then in January 2021, we don't publish with 2-year report. Inside the reports and day, you go able for read in much more detail, waiting we don't achieve. But family them, as I just share today some of the things that really make me heart gladdy pan this walk here. One thing we're really glad about, now the wastewater treatment plant where we don't build na King Tom. This is not the first time ever in the history of Salone for let we get the thing they will come on the toilet. Instead of it just gonna grow na King Tom, it actually go into a plant where they get for separate the solid from the liquid and get for treat them and waiting for come out can go towards manure. It can now be safely, the liquid can now safely be disposed into the waterways. Another practical thing we are so glad for, now this urban farming project, we bring over 300, in fact we start with 300, now we add another 200 women them, we now at them backyard them and at in community level, particularly in deprived communities.
And you can create this, where you give, the okra they come up, they will plant them.
Then women they do farming projects where go benefit them picking them for get more nutritious food, but it go also help them for get small thing at the hand as then sell them in the market. And then their nursery school. Family then go no say we've been done open the one at Congo Water Market for make vulnerable women them and then young picking them under the age of 5 get free quality preschool care. And now we dip and build the second one. We do refurbishment upstairs in the Croton Road Market, and that facility will be open and available to women and men traders inside Croton Road Market. Tricycles. Well, then tricycle and they not only then they help for keep we city clean, they also they create employment. We don't create so far over 1,200 jobs with young people then where they go and collect dirty na the streets. And now we get 90 more where they come on stream. So I'm so happy because it increased the capacity for collect dirty. At the same time, it increased the number of people them, young people that we get work. Let not talk and not talk about the transfer station when I did the dirty then they go. So we don't get 4 additional ones, including the one at Lumley, the one at Approved School, the one at Shell, and the one at Allentown. Bele Uman them. Then they all over the community. That journey for going to PCMH, it can challenge Boko of them. So we did work for upgrade 5 of we PHUs them for make them be monk, side with side Bele Uman, they able for born. Freetown people them, Boku people that know say dog na challenge na this city. And so we don't start a program for sterilize, vaccinate the dogs them so that we go get control over dogs and we the ambog motaman, but we the ambog themselves. We go make we city healthier and it go reduce the risk for let people then get us sick with and call rabies. I don't share small about wait we don't do and over these 3 years, but I just touch the Tinem Boku. I go say anybody who wants for no more, also go now with Facebook page. We get Freetown City Council Facebook page. We also get Yvonne Akisoya, Mayor of Freetown. You go able for follow we. Let we continue for work together with all we stakeholders for let collectively we transform Freetown. Una, thank you and God bless you.
Na Yvonne, yeah. Na Yvonne, talk and go, talk and come.
Greetings, una kushe, una kabo, unwalibena, nsebena, mande, bua bisye, bichege, mpiari seke, njara matanala, una kabo. Greetings to everybody and hello to you all for being with us one more time. This is the Sierra Gem platform. I am Yusufu Jallo. And this is the Deculture show. On this show tonight, we are going to be talking about the dreaded word, death. And I know for many people, in fact, when I was a child, the moment we hear this word, death, it sends shivers down our spine. It freezes many people. In fact, Julius Caesar, Shakespeare says, cowards die many times before their death because we're so scared. But tonight, today, this morning, whatever time you're listening to this program, we are going to look at the culture that surrounds death within West Africa, and possibly will extend across the whole range of Africa south of the Sahara. And I want us to engage on this program because I think it's very, very important for us to understand what this phenomenon is that is called death, and how Africans see death, and how we have practiced to honor death. But before I go anywhere, first of all, I must welcome you all the way I know how to welcome you all. Glad for see you now. I know be no say una sit down here wait for me. Na passa the passo. I come kamakwe. But where I see you now don't sit down so me at the oh oh I'm at the me at don't call for see una all, because this na the show where we say kapu sense, no kapu word. And so we hope that throughout this program we'll have some laughs, we'll kapu some sense, and not just kapu word. But this program is not just for us just to watch and just listen. We're going to be inviting your own comments too. We're going to be inviting your own ideas onto the show as well. So please don't hesitate to throw in your own lily and nothing, because as soon as we gather around this abule, we are all inside this abule. First of all, let me just begin to check who and who is in the abule right now. Who and who is in the abule right now? Let me check. We've got Prince Golfer is in the abule right now. Prince Golfer, a drum for you. Oh, we've got Ramlisa is also inside the abule. Well, Ramlisa, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome inside the abule. Who else you got? Ahmed Tijansi is inside the abule. Hey! I give you a drum for that one. Anita Koroma is also inside the abule. I give you another drum for that one. Please. I don't want to miss anybody. So all of you who are inside the abule, please stay with us. But apart from you who've joined us inside the abule, we also have a very special guest. A very special guest we have with us tonight, all the way from Nigeria. But even that one, when I say Nigeria, he only just passed through Nigeria. But actually, he is Sierra Leonean. And he is a professor of African culture. He teaches African culture and tradition across the world. He currently is based in Florida, and he's joined us today. Please, I want us all to welcome the one and only Dr. See, I use the word doctor, all right? And you know when we put doctor, it's something. But I'm going to put the one that is higher than doctor. I am going to say Agba. That one is higher than doctor. Then I'm going to say Baba Kole. Please, Baba Kole, greet our audience for us, please.
My people, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you and interact and exchange ideas. And I would like to shout out to my people in Bombale district, Makene Aboti. I hope all my friends in Bombale district are watching. And I hope the chairman of Bombale district, Kroma, if he's not listening, he's not watching, please send him my regards. And to all those in Lungi Airport and to Freetown and to all the Mama Puts them where I usually hang out. Thanks very much for the extra piece of meat you give me every time I buy. All right then. Well, we are in this together.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mama puts more at Lunge. In fact, we have somebody right now here who's watching all the way from Makeni, Ramatulai Lisa. She is actually in Makeni watching this program right now. So there you go. We are considering all of you in the Abuleo, and we want you all to know that. But on top of this, we have our one and only. He is our main anchor. He is the one and only King Mufasa. Please, King Mufasa, greet our people for us.
Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome once more. The King is saying hello, and the King the welcome on our all today on the show. Will nobody know one year nothing about. Like you say, die day, die no day. Unakale wishi. Well, today na the day we will see, but I would not know the free time. I don't watch this program more because they will tell you how you did die. I will get for pay you. I will get for plan you paying. Would they will get for invite? They would not get for invite. So die day, die no day.
Die day. Well, you know, in the Abule today, we also have what Sequence Dumbuya. Sequence Dumbuya is in the Abule with us. Hey, a drop for you. Mata Eronobi. We greet you as well with a drum. Welcome to the Abule. And we also have, who else is the Abule with us? Okay, I'm just singing a little Sierra Gem. But I want to know if you're in the Abule, just give us a thumbs up, give us a like on this particular topic. Now, generally, we will say that this is a very, very serious topic when we are talking of death. But let us explore it a little bit further, okay? Now, even before I go there, let me introduce the man behind the scene. The man behind the scene. He is none other than Baba Femi.
Yes, so Yusufu. Thank you. Fambule Unakusha Unakabo. Welcome to our show. Today it looked like Soge Boku for land. I'm going to be a very keen listener for land, a lot from we guests, and as usual from the Kafootsman himself.
Thank you. Well, inside this place, we do not only have Agba and Oga. We do not only have a King Mufasa. We also have inside the Abule Chief Hindolo, all the way from Kenema, all the way from Mondema. Chief Hindolo is inside the Abule. And I give you a drum. Well, let us take on this particular topic that we want to look at today. We are going to be swinging in from Creole to English, Creole to English, Creole to English, just because we have a variety of people who watch us from all over the world. Generally, we would have put it straight in Creole, but I think it's nice if we put it in English as well. Well, fumble them. Make we look into the Kotokule, we open the Kotokilo, we open the Shukublai. While we all don't get inside the Abule, we will examine what are the culture we surround death. Death, na the certainty na life. Like it or not, we all will die. In fact, they say from the moment you are born, there's only one certainty you have, and that certainty is death. That's it. Nothing else is certain. Everything is a maybe, maybe not. But death is certainty, and we are all walking towards it. But as we are walking towards it, it is there in the subconscious. But many times, of course, we prefer to forget about it and push it aside. But one thing for certain, it's always coming towards us, or we are walking towards it. But let us examine it today. What does it mean for us in Africa? What does death mean for us in Africa? To open that first question, what did that mean for we in Africa? I'm going to ask our Professor Dr. Kole, please, just to answer that question. What do you think? What's your view on that for death for us in Africa?
Thank you very much for that question. And you would please indulge me to narrow my answer from the wide continent of Africa, which includes the North, which includes the South, and which, of course, you know that in the different geographical locations in Africa, the culture and customs about death differs. I would want to narrow it to a very small cultural group called the Yoruba people. Though I say small in comparison to others, with the Yoruba people of Southwest Nigeria and the Yoruba people in the diaspora, in Cuba, in Haiti, in Bahia, in Brazil, all of this, or even in Cotonou, in Benin Republic, there is a link about death that links us together. As far as the Yoruba people are concerned, death is cyclical. We have three: the living, the dead, and the unborn. And the three are linked in a chain, and what we call an unbroken chain. The living to the Western world represents the present. The dead represents the past. And the unborn represents the future. And you would notice that we always have a three-way crossroad in most of our abule and in most of our communities. The three-way crossroad confuses a stranger, like Wole Soyinka would say. This three-way crossroad represents, at one level, the living, the dead, and the unborn. At another level, it represents the present, the past, and the future. So for the average Yoruba person, death is just one of the transitionals. So those of us who are alive or who are living, we were once in the womb of our mothers. And before we got into the womb of our mothers, we were like ancestors. The Yoruba people believe in reincarnation and continuous reincarnation. And if you find anybody whose name is Babatunde, what they're saying is that father has just returned. We have names like Iyabo, mother has come back again. So all of this is telling us that in the Yoruba belief system, we have the three, the tripartite. It's like a three-stone stove. And anybody who has used a three-stone stove, you would know that it's about stability. So we don't, like the West, think that death is the end of it. We don't use terms like the cold hand of death. Yes, we cry. Yes, we are sad. But we know for sure that the spirit of the dead will return. Let me stop it for a while there, and then we will continue as we go.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a really, really good place to start in terms of our attitude towards death, that it is not necessarily this be-all and end-all of it, that there is a continuous connection. I mean, I always tend to, when I do these kind of programs, I tend to always want to show people as well how what we have indigenously in Africa is what science is talking about today. Because if it is that the dead are just dead and pata is gone, pata you don't finish, then science is speaking a lie. In when science says energy does not, you cannot destroy energy, that it only transforms. And we as Africans understand that what we are, in essence, is energy. And if we are energy, therefore, we cannot die. We will only transform. So we'll come to that bit a little bit later, because I want us to get into looking at the reincarnation things that you've just mentioned here, and I think that's a very, very interesting subject as well. And I'm glad you mentioned the names as well to that, because in Sierra Leone, as you already know, there are many Yoruba people living in Sierra Leone who carry very, very similar customs. But not just in Sierra Leone, even among the Limba people, among the Fula people, we have the same, where we repeat names because we believe those names carry the energy of some people who've already passed on. But let me come to King Mufasa. For you, and I know even though we are Sierra Leoneans, we come from two different cultures, so to speak, but I just wonder what you also have within your own culture, King Mufasa.
So I think that is one thing that we cherished, because if I go straight to the main thing, is the fact that when we die within our culture, within our tribe, and within our own family rights, most of the people who are looked upon like elders, or people who have played significant role within our families, are always buried within our compound. So basically, we're living with them, and we have that coexistence wherein we see the grave sites of our great-great-great-grandfather, our grandfather, and our fathers and our fathers. Very close family ties of people who have passed away over the years are buried within our compound. So we're personally living with them. So we share that sort of bond and spiritual belief that is within ourselves and our ancestors. So yes, I think that is one thing that we take very seriously, and we always try as much as possible to honor it. Because when you look at the people who are connected from my own family, it doesn't matter where they're dead or where they die, and we'll try by all means to take them back home to their original roots, where either their great-grandfathers came from, which is our village. So that is how much importance we took death within our family. So we don't really take it like a joke. To us, it's very serious, and it has significant role that it plays in our lives, even for those that have died and for us living. So we share that chemistry amongst ourselves, and then we share that chemistry with the dead, and then we live within the same proximity of the people who we looked up to as fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers. So yeah, death to us means a lot, and we really honor them even when they are not with us anymore.
Yes, thank you so much. I think that's now one of the things that we as Africans, we do understand. There's a way we mourn. I think, and I want to get to that in terms of just mourning death before we even get into some of the other, maybe some deeper things. But I just want to just look at the topic, the top part of it for now, mourning. Now, I don't know, Dr. Kole, whether you guys have this within your culture, but I know that in Sierra Leone, we have some professional mourners, people who we call to get, who are specifically called to come and cry for the dead. And I remember witnessing one mourner. I was in Mauritania barracks at the time. That's where I grew up, and I was in Mauritania barracks, and I think it was a Kuranko person that died. And they called this mourner, who was a Pat Soso or Pat Mandinka, and that woman came. And the body was, of course, laid in state, as it were, and it was open. And this woman started what I call crying. It was theatrical. It drew every emotion out of everybody. But also what I found, that she was also a storyteller, just like you would say a Jali or a griot. This woman was a storyteller, and she would retell the story of this person who had died. And memories were just being shared all over the whole place, which really touched people. And I think that to me was so significant, and I still remember it up to this day, even though I was quite a young man at the time. But that moment has stayed with me so well. And I wonder what that is within your own culture, Dr. Kole, and also what's the significance of that? Why call somebody who's a professional mourner to come and cry? I mean, everybody's crying already, but what's the point for that in your own culture, Dr. Kole?
Well, let me start on a very light note about crying before I go on to the professional mourners, which I am aware is in Ghana. If you go to Ghana, they actually have professional mourners. I am not very aware that there are professional mourners in Yoruba. But let me leave Yoruba culture for a while and tell a little story about crying when somebody is dead. You see, we've always been told this story in Nigeria, and I cannot tell you where it originated from, but that when somebody is dead, there are different groups of people that are crying. There is one group that cries because the dead man owes them money. And the day they were supposed to go and collect the money, they found out that the man was dead. And they cry and cry and cry. Then there is a second one of people who, the man who died is usually a man, never women. That the man who died promised to give them a loan. And by the time they came, they found out that it was, and they would break down crying again. Okay. Now, the third group are family members. You see, it all depends on who the dead person is. Sometimes this person is a disciplinarian, and there are people in the family that are crying that the disciplinarian is gone. And there are some that are crying crocodile tears, but within that, they're saying good riddance to bad rubbish. It happens as well. So you have, when you go to a funeral and you hear people crying, move very close to them to try and find out why are they crying. So that is about crying. And the question to ask is, why do people cry when they go to funerals? Why do they employ professional mourners to do the crying for them? And there must be something about softening the ground, the tears as it reaches the earth. Because we have greetings in Yoruba. When somebody dies, we would say to the family, may the Lord or may the Creator soften the ground for the dead. And so tears, as metaphorical as it is part of that wetting the ground so that the body can go there. And it will tell you that if you look within the sayings of Yoruba people, there is a particular rain that falls, and they will tell you that it is the rain that can drag the body of a lazy man. Òjò tó rọ̀ tó lè wọ́ òkú ọ̀lẹ. Òjò tó rọ̀ tó lè wọ́ òkú ọ̀lẹ. What they're telling you is that if a man is lazy in life, the digging they're going to do will be so superficial. They just put something, and when it rains, it could wash the dead body away. So that will give you an idea of the differences or how the Yoruba people see the planting. Because when there are things we say, especially in prayers, that there are some of our colleagues that have become people that are planted in the soil. What is DNA? B is to plant. And so in the floweriness of the Yoruba language, when pastors are praying, they're thanking God that we are alive, we are in our place, and we are above the earth. But there are some that have become people that are planted into the earth. And so you would see that with the metaphor of planting, you would need watering. What are the things that can water? Yes, cry me a river is not what we're saying here. It is just that metaphysical idea of tears falling.
Thank you, Dr. Kole, because
yes,
what you're saying there is for me, is quite significant as well, because shedding tears, crying, many times does, I mean, it is good for the soul, as I say, and it does get rid of your emotions. It's got its own chemical balances that it does for the body when you cry, and to let go of certain emotions and even certain spirits, if you like, to let go of it when you cry. and it helps you to come to a resolution. I remember when after my dad died, I remember it took me, I think, if I'm right, Dr. Kole, it probably took me over 10 to 15 years before one night I was laying down in bed and I just woke up that night and I cried like I have never cried before for my dad. I cried and I bawled my eyes out. It was as if, I missed him so much during that time. And it took me, as I said, that length of a time. My dad was killed in 1992. And that's another important thing even to talk about, that death that is what we will call untimely and death that would be a natural cause. Now, my dad, I would say, died in an untimely way, by, of course, the military regime in Sierra Leone. But I begin to wonder, many other people whose loved ones had died in those untimely ways, whether through murder, whether through suicide, whether through, whichever way it is, how they themselves confront death. So I could not cry for many years. And it reached a point where everything came out one time and it was a resolution for me. So I begin to wonder whether the professional mourners themselves are not those ones who come to help us who maybe have blockages, so that these professional mourners serve like some kind of water that goes through the pipes, our emotional pipes, to clear the debris and allow us to cry freely and mourn through the stories they tell of the person. Because this person that I witnessed in Sierra Leone those many years back when I was a little boy, I remember that this woman cried and just told stories upon stories. And the more stories she told, the more she impacted the crowd, the more people really mourned, because they're reflecting on this person's life. So I wonder that whether professional mourners, when they come into the scene, it is their function to help cleanse the emotion of people through their own crying, through the way they assist people to go through a mourning process.
Let's take another dimension to it, because funerals and burials are one part of the culture. Just like weddings. We live in a society where before now we didn't have radios, we didn't have television or internet to announce the passing on of people. And I would want to argue here that the professional mourners are one of the repeater or broadcast stations of those days. Just like if you attend any Yoruba wedding, there's a lot of haggling and a lot of noise, and the noise, even when you get to the front of the house of the groom, you would hear a lot of singing. What they're saying is they're passing messages across to all the men in the streets who probably did not hear or did not see. They're telling them this one has been taken. It's the same thing for the burial. People are seeing tents, they're seeing smoke go up, but they don't know. Because what is the difference between a wedding, a burial, and a christening? People are sitting there, they're eating. The only thing is that there is a casket, and the professional mourners, because the children are probably busy doing things, they take the space of that advert to yell out and bellow so that people around will make no mistake that this is not a chieftaincy, it is not a wedding, this is a burial. That is one of it. And anybody who has a superior interpretation can come forward with it. So apart from that, you rightly did say that we are energy, we are a bundle of energy. And part of that is also cry is a sound, and sometimes it's accompanied with the kind of things, storytelling that you said. Even that anybody is hearing me right now, it is because I am vibrating the column of air in this place and is reaching the device and it's getting into your ears and you're hearing it. So there is also that. And you would notice that tears come from a particular vibration. It does not come in the same vibration that we speak. The decibel is a little higher than normal speech. And everything that has to do with at least the Yoruba divinity has to do with energy levels. And maybe one day we'll be talking about, the question of how certain things are messengers of a god, of the deities. We call them Ajogun. Ajogun is what we call even death. Death is a messenger and is a part of Ajogun. The same thing with drunkenness. To most people, when somebody is drunk, you just think it's a physical thing. No, it is not physical. It is not only physical, it is also metaphysical. When people go to jail, it is part of the Ajogun. And Ekpe, cursing, when you curse somebody, it is one of the Ajogun as well. You do not curse anybody with this kind of rested vibration that you don't say it will not be good for you. No, your eyes will be red, you will be lifted, and then like a missile, you let it out. That is the energy. So I want to believe that even the tears and the crying and the energy level that it's creating is also allowing certain things that are not seen to happen.
Yes, I think I totally would agree with that. I know that when I went through that crying period, it was like that. Now I know that, we're talking of mourning here, but there is other areas of mourning within African culture in death that I wanted to explore. And that is the area of dance. Dance is another aspect that we use. I hesitate to use the word art, but I would want to, let me just say dance. For now, I know that dance is amazing expression, and I know, for example, in the Urhobo culture in Nigeria, dance is very important. In Sierra Leone too, among the Limbas, there is a particular dance that will be done for certain types of people. I know King Mufasa among your guys as well, whether it's in Kono or whether among the Mende people. And again, I want to say, all those of you who are listening right now, on this channel right now, what is your own process of mourning in your own culture? Please write it on the comment section. This is a program where we are sharing knowledge and we are all learning about the African culture. And as you all know, our culture is wide, it's varied in so many ways. There may be people from Uganda who might think different to how I see it in Sierra Leone. And in fact, within Sierra Leone alone, there will be the Mendedi team who have it differently before I say now we go Nigeria or Ghana or Ivory Coast and all these different places. But if you're watching this program, you know your own way. Share it. This is a program we're all learning. Because how we honor our dead I believe, is very, very important, and we must learn. Our children must learn these practices so that they also know how to honor their own dead, and also to honor themselves when it is time for them to pass on. So dance becomes a very, very important tool in mourning the dead. I don't know, what it is for you in your own culture, whether in Yoruba, whether you have specific type of dances that you do. King Mufasa, do you know of any specific type of dances that are done within your own culture in Sierra Leone or in Sierra Leone in general? King Mufasa, let me go to you first before I come to Dr. Kole.
Right. I think Salone then get it in the way of singing songs when people die. It sounds funny, but when we were to get a discussion earlier on this net, we talk like for say when people then die, then get traditional mourners, they call who they come mourn, professional mourners them. And I find it very strange when we get to that point. I begin to think, say, really, we get on a salon. But again, it just trigger in memory for realize, say, many people, when you die, then they actually explain what's your lifestyle, why they are crying. I'm not going to say it in the word now, but it goes like this. Santiki don't die, Santiki not being good person. Santiki, oh, Santiki don't go help me now. Santiki don't do so many things for me. Santiki. So you keep on hearing the person's name at the same time, words are following after. And I think that is specific of the Timini way of mourning, of crying. And also back again, I remember back vividly when people in Kindai or they go to burying, we get certain of we relatives that they cry with sentiment for explain the lifestyle about this person. So I kind of agree with Dr. Kole they talk say the crying the way they happen are for differentiate the ceremony, because there are times when the same occasion going to happen, then the bonfire, then the cook, everybody they come, but you don't know what's the essence of the ceremony. So the professional mourners them, now then they actually identify to the people who they come say, oh, we don't know, say this now very night happen now, so now this person died. But again, you're not gonna know the person will die. But if you really professional mourners them, then they cry, then they're able to explain to you about the person will die, then they're able to call him repeatedly, and then they try for tell you which family you come out, in a who's done at the family, whether it's first, second, or third one. So it's kind of a storytelling, just like we say earlier on, these people are storytellers. And basically, they don't give them detailed information about the person who died, or they know about the person already we don't die. So it makes it easier for them to cry on behalf of the family. Because like how Dr. Kole say, many people living in the family directly members, they will do prepare food, they pump other different things then. But you need somebody for highlight that. But in Ghana, it's a totally different ball game, because in Ghana, it looks like a very serious business to the extent that they will keep that body for almost months and years just because the family they develop and get out so much cash for make you burial, a massive ceremonial event. So the coffee when they prepare for you, if na motoka you like, they can send the bill for you that particular motoka day. And I have seen few burial processes in Ghana, and I'm thinking they will actually dance with the corpse. They will carry the corpse on their shoulders and they will dance with the corpse. They will do a proper choreographed dance routine with the body. So it is a totally different ball game from other different cultures. Again, I also understand some cultures in Kenya, then they bury them dead then at the tree. And how can you bury somebody on top tree? So basically, then get all the reasons they do that in there. So for me on Kono side in a Mio particular village, we get people where they traditionally cry, which sometimes we not been getting a recollection. They say these are professional mourners. But now that we are talking about it, it reflects in memory back to those times. And also with the team, the people back again, when somebody will die, we closer to them, you just see one person really just cut out no more where they come. He begin cry constantly. They call this man in name. Oh, Alusano, oh, Alusano, Alusano, you don't go, Alusano, you don't go. What you go do now? So it gets a lot of ceremonial stuff where if you self not feel the emotion of that particular person, you will feel the emotion because the person when they cry, it will make you feel the passion where it gets for this particular person. So you might not even know whether these are professional mothers or they are actually connected or they are direct families. But now that you're saying this, it gives me memory back to those days where I be the and see all that kind of see as they unfold in front of me.
Thanks. Well, just so interesting because people are responding here. Shiba says that the Creole people will only sing and play hymns in the home of the deceased until the 40th day ceremony. And I remember definitely in Freetown, when, especially among the Creole, there is a particular church kind of music that is played, or organ that is played, that you just know. I could never decipher the words, but you just know these there's this chorus of voices that just keep singing and they keep playing this over and over and over. But that's just another way. So I think doing something or expressing ourselves so openly with tears is a very important part of mourning our those that have made the transition. And I guess I'm emphasizing this for one specific reason, I think, amongst many others. Because in England here, we are finding over and over, when we Africans, we're living here in England, in Europe, in America, I don't know, Dr. Kole, whether you find the same in America, but that many Africans now, when we lose our people, we don't cry and wail the way we would cry back home. In fact, we only have a handkerchief and we're barely wiping our nose, even instead of our eyes. We don't have that wailing to get rid of everything. And I wonder how that affects people, because I know it affected me when I could not wail and cry for my dad the way, or be around other people that would really wail and cry and roll on the floor and tear their clothes and take their wrapper and throw it everywhere and really deal with this issue. You see, and I wonder how that is affecting many people here. Here in England. But that question, I'll leave it there for now, because I want to move to another thing as well. But again, and I'm not leaving the dancing bit alone. All right. In fact, let me go to the dancing bit. Dr. Kole, in among the Yoruba people, do you have specific type of dances at all that are done? Is it when you say Oriaro?
Okay. Let's also, because we're all learners here. When we say Yoruba people, there are different types of Yoruba people. There are Yoruba people of the villages, and they still do things like our forefathers did them. And the same thing, there are Yorubas of the city. Now, the Yoruba of the city are a different sort of group entirely. They're neither totally connected to the Yoruba tradition, nor to the Nigerian mixed mash idea of doing things. So there is also the commercial side of burials. So we have, when you say burial in Yoruba and you say funeral in Lagos, there's a particular group, MIC, on Odunlami Street in Lagos. This is the casket capital in Lagos State, where they sell caskets and where you can get any group. They can dress in any way. They dance with the coffin, like our brother was discussing. They have different choreographies and different ways of taking the corpse to the church and to the burial ground. So there's a lot of dancing which has been commercialized. And they have the Boys Brigade. Well, it used to be the Boys Brigade. Now we have private Boys Brigade with their trumpets and with their drums, all just drumming, And what they're saying in that case is that this is not a burial, this is a celebration of life. Okay, so let me go to the other group, the ones in the village. Yoruba verbal expressions and verbal arts has different classification. We have the dirge, which I called Oriaro, where they sing in a very sober way. Death has spoiled the wealth.
Yes.
So we have that, and it is meant to create an emotional connection between the songs you are hearing and the verbal arts that is going on, either in form of poetry or any other way, so that you can be in the moment. Because sometimes, all the ceremonies for the dead is not really for the dead, it's for the living. So we have a saying in Yoruba, Adiye areno, kìí ṣe adiye àjẹgbé. Adiye is chicken. When the the procession, when the procession is going on, we usually find out that there is somebody who holds a chicken, and they will be plucking the feathers of that chicken as they go ahead, as they go on. Now, that chicken is a sacrificial chicken. And when the procession is over, they would boil it and cook it, and everybody would have a bite. So what they're telling you is that that chicken you have eaten, another group of people will eat your own chicken. You know? So, adiyare no, kiishe adiyajegbe, there's no way. You also will go the way of a person in which the chicken, the feathers, they're plucked, and as they go ahead, it's some kind of rites. There are rites and there are rituals for the dead. But it's not really, as far as I'm concerned, it is a lesson for the living. And most times, the dead, they have concluded that part of their stay in this terra firma. They have moved on, and in English or in the Western paradigm, we'll talk about transitioning. They have transitioned because they're an energy level. They've transited to another energy orbit. And the reason why we mourn them is because most of us have not developed the spiritual capacity and device to see at that level. But there are ways in which the Yoruba culture has helped to return the dead in spirit to the land, and they do a little bit of cleansing and a little bit of blessing. You did hear the time that we the Yoruba of the rural areas, of the villages, did not bury their dead in cemeteries. They buried them in front of the houses or even in rooms in the house. And there's a reason for that. If there's anybody who's interested, maybe we'll talk about that later. But what is the reason why Yoruba people do not like to bury their dead in the cemeteries? But it is not all Yoruba people that don't bury their dead. Remember that there are Yoruba people of the villages and there are Yoruba people of the cities. The city ordinance will not allow you to bury your dead in the house. But in the village, like you know, most of the African continent, there is one rule for modernity, and there is another rule where the king is the one in charge, and the dibia or the diviners rule. They are the ones whose constitution guides the life of a people. You know, so we have to understand all of this. The city, the mayor, the governor, they hold sway. In the villages, it is the elders and the diviners and the unwritten constitution of the kings that will hold. And the people are usually buried despite what the law of the state in which they belong to says. They bury them in their houses. And like I said, let me hold my fire for a while. We might get to that.
Yes, and I think we'll get to that. Definitely, I want to get to that because there's quite a few questions that are coming on here that I want us to answer. But I hope we get this clearly, the issue of how we mourn as African people. This show, again, as I said, it's about Kapu word, Kapu sense, not Kapu word. That's what we're doing here. This is the Culture Show on Sierra Gem Media. And the drive for this show is to help us learn a bit more about our culture, appreciate a bit more about our culture. Now, we've talked about mourning, and we've talked about how important cry is for us, and also we talk about the physicality the expressions of mourning, in terms of dance, in terms of music. In fact, I know, for example, among the Creoles during the wake, all right, we have the wake. Now get me right. It's 7 days, isn't it, that they do the wake period? Am I correct, King Mufasa or Femi? No, Femi should be able to answer this one. Yes, is Femi there at all?
No, the waking are before the burying.
Just before the burying, right?
Yeah.
But that's before the 7 days, isn't it?
No, that's where it's just the night before the burial, because basically I don't know much about the Creole tradition, but I think when they create and they bury, then they keep the body some 10 days, depends on how soon or how late they want to do that day. But then they always keep the waking the night before the burying the next day. It not gets any significant 3 days, 7 days, or 40 days. It's just because of the day before the burial, they keep that wake at night. They call it wake night. Or the waking ceremony is where if the person is above 90 or 80, then they will have some candlelight session wherein they will do candle and beats gumere and dance around the tongue, around the area outside the person midday, just for not say the person we don't all this amount of years. But I think then they get also some ceremony in the Tere Blue and the picking them back up and the family, just for show back again, say something significant to them. But basically the waking for the period and the day before the burying. So it doesn't really matter how many days they keep the body for.
Okay, but I want to ask a quick question here. I want to ask a quick question while we're still on this. Because when we talk of mourning here, the way you would mourn for where a child, where Pekin die, I guess it will be different to how you mourn for somebody who's middle-aged or somebody who's much older. But now, let us look at professions now. So I wonder, I know definitely among the Limba people, the way you mourn for somebody who's like a blacksmith is very different to how you mourn for somebody who is a hunter or a farmer. And I wonder whether that exists as well in of course in Nigeria, or Femi, whether you're familiar with anything at all like this, or of course T-Boy. I'm throwing it out there, but I'm also throwing it as well to you guys who are also listening to this. Now, I know among the Limbas, for example, there's a song that they will sing, which if I have my way, I could play it for you. I could play this song for you. Let me actually try to play this song for you that the Limbas will play when they have when somebody who's a blacksmith dies, okay? And it's a very interesting song because it's almost like they are teasing the blacksmith. One thing you know that is that blacksmiths are like tailors. They are very unreliable. Very, very unreliable. So what I want now, let me try to play this song for you guys here. I do not know where my microphone is on my system here, but let me play this song for you if you can hear it.
I know lang ba Togo, I know lang ba Togo, Tetina Bagure, Gadia, Tetina Bagure, Gadia.
Now that's a song that will be played for blacksmiths, and so what you'll find, the people will walk through the village or through the town, and they'll be playing this song, and they're all singing slowly. They're singing, and basically what they're saying, you all know blacksmiths are very unreliable. You all know what they're like. So when you're dealing with them, be very careful. Even now at death, when we're dealing with them, be very careful. They may not be dead. They're very unreliable. But what's interesting is I find with songs like this is that they are singing and praising the life of this person, and their profession is never taken for granted. Their profession, as far as they're concerned, lives with them. And especially if they have lived very true to their profession, they are really, really, truly honored. Now, I don't know, in Sierra Leone, we have the hunting society. Anybody out there who knows about the hunting, do the hunting society come up with something at all? I think if somebody who's a hunter, I'm leaving the question open to any of you there, Femi or Dr. Kole.
Well, with the hunting society, the kind burial ceremony when we don't see they don't do back home in the salon, they can get some kind protocol. First first, if not senior person in the society, then they give a massive masquerade process, wherein the night again before the burying itself, then they do for play. Then say they do play for them. They can get special play wherein they use, then they play, then they use certain kind of ceremonial stuff. Then they do for sure say this person will die now senior elder in the society, so then gets the different type of play that we then can play for them, and then get a battle with them can the beat where you go almost also know say this not burial play in the play, because the rhythm is not the same as the normal rhythm within they use for celebration in terms of goodness, in terms of things that we don't happen we not gladdy. But then get the kind of way how then they play for certain occasion, if not burial, and how senior the person they will die in the society, then get the kind and amount of masquerade they will in the pool for honor that person day. So if you not person where they follow what thing they do mostly, then you go for no say, oh, this not senior person die, or this not person die in the society, now making the play for this net. But it comes in different forms, because like other societies then get different way how they interpret their own ceremonies when somebody die. And some of them then can say like we side, so if person die and a society person, definitely nobody sees what happened, nobody knows what happened. So it's a pure secret thing where it's not going to be unfolded in any way, shape, or form for make you even know. So that's not the extreme forms of traditional rituals the way they perform for burials. When somebody
here's a question somebody just asked here. Natasha Boyno just asked, what if the person was a known bad or evil person? Are there special rituals that are done for them?
They go play bad batter for them, that's all.
Dr. Kole, because that takes me to what Dr. Kole talks about when somebody is planted. And I think that's important, planted. Because when we talk of being planted, to me, it signifies, our people are saying, you are somebody of worth. You are noted. And we are planting you so you continue to grow and flourish. And you talk about, you say when the tears, some rain will fall and those rain will wash some people away. So it will probably be maybe that person that was that evil. I don't know. I'm just speculating here.
Well, let me quickly make some distinctions about funerals and about the dead. Yes. We have what we call Okwofo. Okwofo is the time when people actually wear black to mourn because a young person has passed on. The way is very sober. I'm not sure there's a lot of drinking and dancing as you would have in Okwagba. Okwagba is the death of the elderly. When the baboon Gaipa dies, the son replaces. And Wole Soyinka would say, Iku omi nyongpa omuwe. Iku ogun ningpa kikoju. It is the death of water that kills a swimmer. And it is the death of war that kills a warrior. So you would see that, yes, what they do might be the doorway of their death. Now, how they are now buried will be very different. You see, there are various steps. Some of it, like our brother said, can be seen. You're allowed to witness it. Some are very private. Now, when a friend, a young man dies, or a young person dies, what you find out is that after all the procession and all, there's a rite that is called Ikwiya, where the friends would go to they would go on the three-way crossroad and invoke the name and the spirit of a person to say, it is time to part. It is time to part. It is time to part. And allow the spirit of that person to journey along and leave them out without troubling them. Because they believe if you don't do that, especially spirits of those that have died young, they tend to hover around, and the friends would have to do what is called ikpiya. Part of the ceremonies of the dead, the bathing of the dead, there's something called riroku. So there are various things that the Yorubas, it depends on who you are.
Then I want to ask a question. Dr. Kole, let me ask a really provocative question here.
Yes.
And this is because, people are asking quite a few questions here, which are very interesting. And I wonder if I ask this question, whether it will actually answer this question that Marema Oni is asking. She's asking, have heard that if someone dies in not so natural ways, that is killed by evil ways, that they come back to revenge. How true is that? Now, I will link that question to another question, and that is, what is the African concept at all, if there is, of this, what they call heaven and hell? And now I know Christianity has that and Islam has that, but that's another culture that came to us. But I want to go into the African culture. What is our own? Do we have that thing of heaven and hell? How do we see that? Because I think that would probably help answer as well Marema Oni's question there about justice, because what she's asking there is about justice. And 1 second, Femi, please get ready, because I think we're going to show that video very, very soon. Okay, we're going to show that video very soon. But please carry on, Dr. Kole.
I was actually reading the eyes of Brother Sylvester, and I was thinking maybe he had something to because he was smiling. He wanted to say something.
Yes. Okay.
So I'm going to yield the floor to him, and then I'll come back.
All right. King Mufasa.
I think Doctor is a very not smart. Smart is the least what I can put into that sort of verb. But I think to me, I've seen few people. I've seen few dead situations wherein the dead react. I don't know whether it's because they were killed mischievously, but there was a point in time when people were saying dead people were beating up people who were walking down the graveside or to their way home because they were not happy. And I have seen, or I have witnessed something that of strange practice to me. I saw it myself. It wasn't strange. When somebody dies, a family member, that was like, I would say like way back, I was quite young, and that person did not rest. And they also say, if somebody if witch man die, they rest. So what they can normally do, they say, then they go peg them, even though they don't beg them, but they put peg in grave, then nail the peg right down now in body, so the peg go seal and down. That I have heard. They say that they can do to witch man, but they can also say when witch man die, they rest. It is haunting people them, it is scared them. I don't know whether that is a myth or that is true. I'm not sure.
Now, King Mufasa, that is a very, very interesting one here, because talking about witch man, I mean, we all know in Africa, we always talk about witches, we always talk about, and that's another thing, when the time comes to talk about African spirituality and religion, we will talk about this witchcraft and maybe what it truly means. But now, because when we talk of witch, we're literally referring to what Natasha asked earlier on about whether if the person is bad and evil, is there a way to bury that person? Because then we'll talk about somebody who's a witch. I've seen a video clip again on social media where somebody who had been buried for quite a few days, actually, if not, I think well over a week, and they went back, and I think people are having dreams. So they went back and dug up the body and saw the body had not rotted at all. And they had to carry this body back out again, and they had to call somebody who's a spiritualist to come and do the processes, to just to make sure this witch evil spirit actually is dealt with once and for all, and then they take the body back to the grave and bury the body. So there are things like this. So in other words, our people are aware that if somebody is of that nature, the way to bury them might have to be different. So their awareness of that energy to come back. Okay, let me put it another way. After I lost my dad would always come to me in a dream. Always come to me in a dream. My grandmother would always come to me in a dream. And my dad would always warn me or tell me of stuff that I needed to take note of. And I wonder how many of you who are actually watching this program here who've had the same experiences, where you have those who've passed away come to you in dreams. Even those of you who are Christians and Muslims, you are familiar with this, that when you've lost somebody, they come to you in dreams. Why is that? Why do they come to you on dreams? Is it just because you're missing them, you're talking to them? Or is it really that energy revisiting you to warn you and tell you something? Personally, I think so. That's me. But I wonder what you all think.
I yielded the floor because you asked a very fundamental question of one of the pillars of religion, which is that Christianity believes in a heaven, and Christianity does not believe in reincarnation. For man to die once and then judgment. There's no part in the Bible where somebody comes back again. The only story I know of a Bible of somebody coming back again was when Jesus woke up Lazarus. Or in all the cases where somebody had asked for a longer life in the Bible, there's always something that is not palatable for the life that they have added to themselves. So in the Islamic faith, there's a Jannah. They ask about going to paradise and then the benefits of that. But in the Yoruba culture, we say something like, Enitoba dale, abalelo. If you betray the land, you would go with the earth, right? Then this idea of going to a place as a prize, I have seen even somebody gave a typology of the heavens, Ajule Orun, and there were like 7 different kinds of heavens that the Yorubas would invoke. Now, we're not sure whether all of these 7 different heavens are actually as influence of Christianity. But what most Yoruba Christians, we have heard reverends who are Reverend Babatunde Johnson. Babatunde means that father has come back again. So this is a person whose cultural belief talks about reincarnation, but is a bishop and is a reverend father in the Christian fold. So these things are always there. We don't know. I have never heard it whether Yoruba people want to go to heaven. What they know is that whatever you do on earth, you will reap. Whatever you sow, you will reap. And they encourage you to live your best, and make sure that people around you, because the Yoruba culture says that people are my clothing. They are the ones who surround you. If you mess up the clothing, then you will be naked. So this is one idea. The second stream is that there is a day before the soul journeys to earth, which is called Akunleyon, Ojo Akunleyon, the day of kneeling down to choose your destiny. So the time, what you will do on earth and the time you will spend is already part of your destiny. So when you hear people say untimely death, that is the way the person had chosen to leave the earth. It is all about Akunleyon. And it's a long thing. Akunleyon, Oni Adayeba, Adele Ayeton Odunko Bobowa. It is what you have chosen during the Akunleyon that would determine for you what and when you would leave. Because you are here, the Creator has made you. It's a symphony. You are here for a particular reason. When you are done with what you have been made to do, or what you have chosen to do, you will not spend 1 minute, 1 second more on earth. You will just leave. And now you talked about sometimes the spirit of a departed troubles the family. There's something in Yoruba we call akufa. Akufa. Akufa means that somebody dies in the family and there are several deaths that follow. So the Yoruba culture recognizes that. Now, they do not tell us whether it is the spirit of a person that is pulling them, but that term exists, akufa. Now, I know somebody asked, what if the person was an evil person? If you move closer to Yoruba people at all, they can be very caustic. Their mouth, sometimes you're better off being smacked than talked to. So there's something we call akutuku, that is die and die again. This is for the evil people. These are people who have played no positive role in the society. So when it is announced that Mr. X has died, you will just hear this long ease. Akutuku elonorun. That is, it is not only the dying on earth, let him also die on the way to the heavenly. You know.
Oh my God. Wow.
This is what, so the expression is akutuku elonorun, on the way to the heavens.
On the way to the heaven as well. Let him continue. Yes, continue.
Yes.
Now, so in other words, I mean, Dr. Kole, this, I know quite a lot of people here on the chat are really interested in this because, like I said, justice is something which people really, really want to be able to get. I know that after my dad was killed, I know his spirit, I know his blood is crying out. Those of you who are Christians, you have this in the Bible. When Cain killed Abel, right? They talk of the blood of Abel crying out. You understand? And so blood, spilling blood is a very, 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 what can I say? It's a big taboo. Hence, when it says thou shalt not kill. So it does have repercussions on how it affects you. So whether it is through what we might call witchcraft or whatever energy somebody might use, it does affect people. So after death, sometimes you have people who will say they are proving witch to say they killed this, they killed that. But I mean, all of these things are all phenomenon which of course needs to be explored a little bit more. We need to learn a little bit more about these things. So I'm not even sitting here and telling you this is the, the definitive answer. What we're doing here is exploring African cultures and beliefs and how we deal with particular types of energies. It may be different how different people deal with it. Islamic people deal with it differently. Christianity people deal with it differently. But whatever the case is, even when we approach different, we have certain commonalities as well in all of these approaches. For example, we're talking here, do we have an afterlife? Christianity talks about afterlife all the time. We talk about, say, in Christianity that one day we're all going to wake up again, we're all going to rise up again, and we're going to be judged. What is that? That is like life after death. We're going to come back. African belief within death goes the same way. And I always think that my dad is still around me. I think that my grandma is still around me. I think that those closest and energies, I can call them to me. But I'll also share this with you. I don't know how many of you have read a book called Think and Grow Rich. Now, this book was written by a man called Napoleon Hill. This book is primarily on the science of generating wealth, money to become rich. That's what this book is about. One of the chapters that was written in this book is called the Mastermind Principle. Napoleon Hill wrote that whenever he faced a problem and he wants to solve this problem, what he does, he has what he calls an invisible mastermind group. So he sits down, he puts chairs, and each chair he calls, this is a white man speaking. And if you don't believe me, get the book or listen to the audio, Think and Grow Rich, and go to the mastermind. He writes it there. He says he calls on the spirits, the energies of those that he admires and respects, who has the ability to solve or have solved those problems before. He calls them to come and sit down and give him answers. This is a white man, Napoleon Hill, writing his book all the way in the late 50s to 60s. Napoleon Hill, when he wrote this book, The Science of Wealth, of Gathering Wealth. And he says he will sit with them and they will give him the answers, and he writes them down. What does that tell us? What does that tell us about the energy of those who have gone? But I want to, I mean, there's so many questions here that I want to ask, but I want us to kind of like move a little bit onto the video that we have. We're talking of justice. I want us to wrap with this video here. This is a controversial video for many people when this video came out. It's a video about the dead seeking to redress wrongs that have been done to them. All right? Wrongs that have been done to them. Now, whichever way you may want to view this video, it's up to you. And many people have given a lot of thought to it, a lot of opinions to this video when it came out, just over a month or two ago. All right? So I don't know if Femi is there, who is our main background man engineer. He will prepare the video for us to watch this video briefly. It's quite a short, just a few seconds, barely a minute worth of video. Baba Femi, are we ready? Okay, let us play it for our people to see in the abule.
Now the body is set for go inside the place now. You can see the body is set for go inside the place now. The body is set for go inside the place. The body is set for go inside the place now. The body is set for go inside the place now. See? The body never turns on. I'm sure everybody will see. The body is set to go inside the place now.
Right. Now that's a very interesting clip there. Many people have given their own views on that clip. Dr. Kole, did you get a chance to see that clip at all?
No.
No, you didn't.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it. Okay, I'll explain what it is. Basically, they're carrying the coffin, and the coffin, is literally dragging those who are carrying it into a particular house. And they wanted to go to the graveyard, and this coffin is refusing to go to the grave, to the cemetery, and it is taking them inside a particular house. And they came back out, and this coffin will turn them round and round and round and round, will spin them around and go back inside this house again. It just would refuse to go. And I know that I've not shown the rest of this video clip because there's many more clips, but I follow this specific video all the way towards where it reached the point where the people got fed up. They put the coffin down under the hot burning sun. Everybody went and sat down and said, we don't know what to do anymore, because this deceased is refusing to go to the graveyard. And so some people are saying that because that particular corpse was killed, so that corpse was seeking redress and was looking to go into that house. So then brings us to this whole thing about, justice. Do dead people seek justice? If so, what are the ways they do it? Now, I know from what I've seen on that video there, if we were to take that video on, then that is one way where the dead wants to show and wants to address injustice. I know that another way we also look at it is where I know that in a place called Congo Town in Freetown, many people know Congo Town. I remember once that somebody died in Congo Town, and the house that was near the main street, every night there will be stones being thrown on top of the roof. And everybody was so scared that it was the dead who was throwing stones on this house because of an injustice. Now, King Mufasa, please, what is your own view on this?
Watching this video a couple of months ago, like you said, I was a bit confused, to be honest. And I thought about it so much, and I'm thinking, what's the reality behind the fact that the cops doesn't want to go? And again, you see these things, but you don't really get the story. You don't know what the story is all about. What you might be seeing is what we just saw, but you don't know who was the person that died, how the person died, and where they took the coffin and where they were meant to be taking the coffin to, and how did the coffin get to that particular house. We don't get to hear all of those stories. But I think it is kind of, it is confusing, because until you really get the right story, then you'll be able to make conclusion on either this is fact or this is not fact, or the reality behind the corpse refusing to go to the graveyard is because the corpse was killed by somebody and the corpse is directing them to where the person was that killed the person. So basically, it is a bit confusing. But one thing I want to say also is, in some parts of Kenya or Uganda, they have people who they call night crawlers. These people act like they are ghosts, like images. They dressed up and they scare the hell out of people. And they do that for hobby. It's just for fun. And sometimes they got caught, they got killed, they got damaged physically. So it is like a culture that has been passed on from one generation to the next. And when I actually saw the video of that documentary, based on the fact that they have people that they call night scarers, these are people who go to different people's houses and scare the hell out of them like they are ghost-like images. So they will stand behind your house, especially for people who are living in zinc houses. They will throw stones. They will come and shake your door and run back to the corner and hide. They will set fire on your house, just like things are happening to you mysteriously. And you might be thinking there is a ghost-like person that is actually suppressing your lifestyle. But these are people who actually dress like this and do this havoc at night.
Yes, but King Mufasa, that is one. I mean, those ghosts, whatever they call them, night, whatever they call them there. But here, let me throw this one that will give you, because if we're talking of the dead avenging, and I can take it that people can put things together and do their own thing. But here's something somebody says there. Edward Barbasori says, it all depends on the circumstances which the individual experienced before meeting his ancestors. For the Limba people, when a child dies, they will give the child a broomstick before he or she is buried. The reason for that is if he or she is killed by anybody, that child will use that stick to revenge. That child will never rest until he or she avenges the death, basically. So it appears from something like that we don't wait to say let's go for Judgment Day. Judgment Day is happening right now. Now I don't know about you here, but if somebody, you do something wrong, somebody comes to you and you tell them, that wrong that you've done to me, don't worry, God will take care of you. I'll go to church. I'll go to mosque. I'll pray for you. Versus somebody comes to you and says, what you've done to me. I am going to my Babalao. I am going to my Juju, my Lugron man. I'll deal with you. Which one do you think calls for the urgent attention?
I don't think it will be a case of either or, And there's something that I've learned, having followed the Yoruba culture, that it can be both. it necessarily does not have to be one and not the other. But when we look at the case of justice, there is the one you say the blood of the dead is crying out for justice. And there is also the living crying out for justice in which the dead can intervene. So the reason, remember I told you that in the villages and even the elites in the city would rather want their corpses buried in the village where the rule, the modern rule and the constitutional provision and statutes of the city does not prohibit them from being buried under their roofs or being buried in a room in their houses. The reason is that in part of conflict resolution in the Yoruba world is for people to go to the orori. We call it orori. The graveside of somebody that has passed on. Orori. And everybody, if there is a dispute, they would go there. They would not go into the cemetery because it's a private affair. Why do you want to go to the public space? So they go to this private setting, and each party, each of them will state their case. And we've been told that the one that is lying, it will be visible to everybody present that the person is not telling the truth. So it is possible that the dead can intervene by their being there, because the Yoruba belief is that the spirit does not die. It exists, and it can actually affect the living. And I know that you have a topic for another day to look at the role of the dead and egungun, the masquerades, and what they do, and how that influences what we do. But in terms of the dead caring for justice, you make me remember there is this proverb in Yoruba that says, "Ọmọdé kì í bẹ̀rẹ̀ ikú tó pa bàbá ẹ̀, àyàfi ọwọ́ rẹ̀ ti tẹ èkú idà." Meaning that a child does not ask for what killed the father until when that child can hold the handle of a sword. So it is the living that takes revenge in one level. Now, at the metaphysical level, there is nothing empirical about it. We, both of us, cannot tell what is happening, because one of the things that we have glossed over in this conversation is to actually attend to what is death. And you remember that in the Western world, there are people who are living, but they're dead. And there are deads that are living. I mean, in the case of the elites, in the case of a person like Abacha, when he is dead many years, but they still find the loot. And we say that this dead man is issuing checks from his grave to Nigeria. Anytime we're in trouble, all of a sudden, they'll find out that Abacha had saved some money in some Swiss bank or something, and they suddenly discover it. So we need to first and foremost confront the question of what is death? How do we frame it? What perspectives do we as non-Western see death as? And like I told you, death in the Yoruba tradition is actually a messenger. And that messenger will be sent to a specified individual with all the details given. And when Brother Osifo is ready, I will tell you the story from Ifa couples about the sending of Iku. Iku is not that cold hand of death like the West believes, but it is something that it is physical, it is metaphysical, and it is all of it. And you would notice in the story, when I finally tell it, you will begin to understand the concept of death. Unless we deal with the concept of death, it is not something to be afraid of. You know, the Yorubas, when a father dies, Ile o, ile o, ile o, lọ́run o, bàbá rẹ̀ lérè, ilé ló lọ tàràrà, bàbá rẹ̀ lérè, ilé ló lọ tàràrà. Ilé o, lọ́run o, ilé o, lọ́run o, bàbá rẹ̀ lérè, ilé ló lọ tàràrà. This is saying that the departed is going to the home. And I think, you know, in the city, I keep saying the influence of Christianity affects some of the things, the cultural practices of the Yoruba people.
Well, you know, singing that song, it just triggers me of a popular song in Sierra Leone, for example. When somebody's, you know, they've been taken away now and they're saying goodbye, you know, they'll come up with, Brother Wale, where you going to? I'm going to the Lord. Brother Wale, where you going to? The Lord calls me. Oh, we go meet at the river Jordan, singing glory, 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 glory. We go meet at the river Jordan, singing glory, 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 glory. Hey, brother, where you going to? I'm going to the Lord. Brother, where you going to? The Lord called. Oh, we will meet at the river Jordan, singing glory, 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 glory. And you know, and people really, what I'll say, people get down. I mean, as they say in Yoruba, people shire right in the middle of the street while they're carrying that body to the graveyard. But Dr. Kole, I want to hear definitely the story about, I guess many people will want to know definitely what is death. But even before I answer that, I want to welcome another brother who is in here, who is also part of this team here. Welcome, Brother Juma Ba. Welcome. Please greet everybody in their bully. We have so many people in their bully right now here. Ahmed Tijansi is here. Mariama is in here. Everybody that's, you know, they're all in their bully. Please greet them for us.
Hello, Fambuldem. On afternoon, good evening, good night. And welcome na the Abule. Interesting conversation. I'll be the watch. And, you know, before I can join, so I see my brother Edward Babasori Dumbuya Sef the Guinean contribution. And very interesting, you know, you guys were talking about, because I asked the question, then Diamond with the tower, you know, and interesting, you know, because I understand what Tiboy was talking about, night callers, people who are pretending to be the dead. That's one thing. But we've seen so many instances in Sierra Leone wherein we see the diamond and the tower for go. And apart from that video that you showed, there was another video in Maboka as well. You know, this was a community thing as well, wherein, you know, the cops stood there, refused to go and things like that. But I personally have witnessed this some 30 years ago. Okay, we had a colleague at school who died. She was, you know, part of the Girl Guide, and, you know, I was a Boy Scout. Funkia, we went to, you know, bury her. So coming from the house to the church, we have to go through a small, you know, narrow bridge to take her to. Once we got to that bridge, it was a struggle to pass through that bridge to go to the other side to the church. You know, we almost fell through. That happened. So you think, oh, okay, possibly there are a lot of people, you know, or maybe the people that were carrying the cups were too lazy or tired. It was, no, so you made excuses. Okay? Went to the church. Coming back from the church, you have to go through that same path to go to the cemetery. Once we got there again, it was a different set of people that were carrying the cups. Okay? It was the same thing again. So how do you explain that? You know, one thing happening to the same person.
Juma, let me explain another incident.
Right.
Because, I mean, we're still expanding on this thing about justice and the dead,
exactly,
you know, looking for. Let me explain this other one here. And this is a friend who told me this very clearly. And this that I'm going to explain, that it's still real today as I'm talking. he says that his sister married somebody who had died. Now this one, what happened was they had married, but the woman kept asking this guy over and over, when are we going to meet your parents? And this was in McKinney, by the way. This was in McKinney. He says, when are we going to meet your parents? And this guy kept, ducking and diving, and so on. They had 2 children who are still alive today. And so the woman took the youngest child and decided to go to where this man says he came from. She went there. When she got there, she found the family and explained to them, say, this is who I am. This is your child. This is your grandchild. The people said nothing. They just took her to the grave to say, this is the grave where we buried this person over 2 years ago or so. Where we buried this person. He said, so they took, of course, they took her to the chief, of course, which is the culture. Took her to the chief, and then eventually they all went to the graveyard. So now the family, the father of this particular man, got into a vehicle. They went all the way to the house in McKinney. Got there, knocked on the door. The man opened the door. They saw him. He locked the door, went back in. By the time they went back in, he was no longer. And the children, the 2 children, are still alive today. This is somebody who, this case that we're talking about, that with the coffin being carried away, and where people were arguing. It was all under that. This person came up to me and explained to me this is their own situation. Now, I don't know how we explain that phenomenon, okay? But there we go.
But aren't you, sorry, brother, my brother, aren't you also considering that it was only happening while they were trying to cross the bridge? The bridge is over water, and there are kids that belong to the water. They belong to the water, and the spirit of the water might be attracting, wanting that will be the final resting place of that child. That is a likely explanation, because there are times when you look at it and ask yourself, there are people who have run away from everything, but they end up where their spirit, either that connected to Olokun or they are connected to Oshun, it is there that they would end up. No matter where they run to, they would end up in that place. Well, that is. But
Dr. Kole, what you're saying there now that is a very deep understanding, and I know we've not gone very, very deep even in looking at that other aspect. Of course, in Christianity, as much as also in Islam, this is something which we do have, and of course, we're not necessarily going to deal that much with spirituality. I'll do a special show just for that. I know people are making so many questions. Dr. Kole, somebody asked me to ask you specifically, and also to you, Juma particularly. This question is going to come to both of you. That is, when someone dies, especially a man or a woman dies, usually they would not let the women go to the graveyard. Why is that? I wonder if Baba, who's also listening, could also give an answer for this one as well, or anybody here. Why is it the woman is not allowed to go to the graveyard? Dr. Kole, do you guys have that in your own culture as well?
Well, what we say is that when a younger person dies, the parents should not be allowed at the burial ground, because there's a prayer. Omo nioma si awon iya nioma si awon obi. It is the child that will bury the parents, and not the other way around. So I know that in terms of generational divide, parents of a dead young person are forbidden to go there. But as you know, in modern times, some parents do show up, but we find it strange and weird that that would happen. Now, as to the gender question you brought about, there are some of the cultures that would insist that the woman stays with the corpse. They would shave their heads, and sometimes some of these widowhood practices, I am not very certain that the Yoruba people do such things. The widowhood thing in which the water that's been used to wash the dead body, the woman will be told to drink it. If she leaves, then they say that she had no hand in the killing of their child. One thing that we have found out over time is that hardly do people die of natural causes. Somebody has a hand in it, or they're going to look for a straw man, somebody to blame for the death of that person. And there have been many, many stories about that. Whether this is true or not, I cannot tell you. But the gender dimension, I'm not too sure that in the Yoruba, that in the Yoruba culture, that the woman will not be allowed to go to the graveside of the husband, for instance, or even of the elder brother. I'm not very sure about that. One thing I'm sure about is that Okwofo, the death of a younger person, the parents and all those who are older than that child are almost forbidden to go there, because we say Oluwa onijeka mo orori omo wa, that the Creator will not allow us to know the final resting place of our children. You know, which is, I think, makes. But in the Western culture, it doesn't matter at all.
What about Juma? What do you have any thoughts on that? I know, of course, you come from the Fulani and Islamic background as well. What's your own view on that?
Well, I think it's been a Islamic practice, and I don't know of any part in the Quran that forbids women from going. However, it's been like, because of course, Islam is supported by the Quran and Hadith. Hadith is like the following or practices of, the prophets and other religious leaders, how they narrated. The Quran is what is the 114 chapters, what is in there. So that's what binds Islam. So, there's nothing in the Quran that I know of or that anyone has referenced so far, but the Hadith has been like women should not go. The common sense explanation is this, that I can't give personally. I may be wrong, because, women are emotional, and Islam, we believe that when you cry, it causes pain to the dead, if you start crying and all of those things. But what you do, you pray for them, you offer more prayers, more du'as. That is what will be beneficial to them at that, in the grave and the world beyond. But when you cry, it hurts their soul, it pains them more. So that's the common sense explanation that I can give, that obviously women are emotional. If they go there, they'll be crying, wailing, and all of those things. So that is my common sense explanation that I'll give in terms of religion. So there is no cultural practice, as a Fula, but obviously Fulas are majority or predominantly Muslims, so they follow the teachings and, of the Quran and the Hadith. So that's how I'll explain.
What about King Mufasa? Any thoughts at all on this?
I think there's a mixed feelings to that, because like Juma said, Islamically, there is no part in the Quran that says that. I think some Islamic practices are based on cultural practices as well. But to my own knowledge, in my own culture, I think women are allowed to some point, depends on the nature of the person that dies anyway. And if it is somebody of some kind of superiority within the community, then the cultural practices will be so intense that certain men will not be part of that ceremony. So it's not just based on women as well. And I also understand in some cultures when you gave birth is when people cry, because they believe that you're being born to the world of sin. So they cry for you. But when you die, they celebrate because your sin is over and you're not going to sin anymore. So in terms of women going to graveside, I think before it used to be like a taboo, but that taboo has changed a lot. Even Islamically back again in the UK, like Doctor said, it's different practices. But in the UK, Muslims are now allowed to go, Muslim women are now allowed to go to the graveside and wait at the back of the graveside or wait in some corner after the ceremony.
So they'll go to the cemetery.
They go to the cemetery, yeah, and they even go to the graveside after the corpse has been buried. They come and lay wreaths, they come and do their own prayers, and then they leave. But before, it never used to be like that. They will not even allow them to go to the cemetery. But now, the culture has slightly changed based on the fact that even in Sierra Leone, women still go to the graveside nowadays, but Islamically, it doesn't really happen that much in Sierra Leone. But in the UK, yes, it does happen. And when it comes to female participation in funerals, again, traditionally, women are in charge of preparing all the cooking and all the stuff. So they really don't have time to go to the graveside in most cases, especially for if the widow is at home. Definitely, the widow is definitely not allowed to go to the graveside to bury, or even in Christianity.
Well, I want to just look at that briefly, looking at the widow, because I find something in my research on this topic here. I found something really, really strange. Well, I don't know if it's strange is the word here to use, but interesting in looking at the gender issue. That the women would mourn, of course, if their husband has died, but and there are processes, of course. I mean, among the Limba, I'm sure the Fula does the same thing, where the woman would sit on a matter. We say the woman they sit on a matter for over a period of 40 days, and then mourns, wearing a white enkicha, white wrapper, and they will all sit on a matter throughout that time. And throughout all that time, of course, no courtship whatsoever, and it's usually until well after 40 days that the women could start courtship if they so desire.
Is it 40 days or is it 3 months and 10 days? No?
It depends on the culture. Some people say 3 months, some people say 40 days. It depends on the culture. But
like between 40 and 100 days, depending on the culture. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if for women, sometimes when they say they mourn, especially if they lost their husband, the family or everybody wants to be rest assured that the woman is not left with any form of pregnancy after the man has passed away. So they will say you have to sit for 90 days. So within that 90 days, 3 months, if you're pregnant or anything, they will now know that you're carrying the baby of that man before he died. So that is one of the few things that I know why women will sit. But also, I always say this like in a joking way, but I think it's also serious as well. When men lost their partners, say for example, a man lost his wife and they don't go back. If you look at the people who are the most closest person to that man at the graveside, specifically women. I'm serious. Sometimes we laugh about it, but it is serious.
They said that they can't hunting. Okay.
What tends to happen is, I said it several times to somebody, and the person said, "Hey, boy, wait, make sure I go die." I said, "Die no more," because the woman where they will cry for that Monday, now that they in one day where they show so much love. Now in next woman, so you die no more. So they go die for that man? Die. Because the person will go cry for enough from the graveyard. Now they get you replacement. So don't mess around with that at all. It is very serious. But also, men mourn. And the way how men and the mourn is slightly different from women. They can say, let the man take about 90 days for make it heal for the fact say it all lost in wealth. But then they allow the man now for go back to the family and then hand over himself, say, well, I be done married to na pikin for debts and this and that, but now that the pikin don't die, I want for can free myself if I can able for go get another partner. Logically, they will not tie you down. But logically also some cultures, then they way the woman can mourn, but then they also say to you, it happens randomly in Sierra Leone between different cultures. Say when the man die, then some families will say the woman will choose one per the man, then way the man die left, either the brothers them or a very close family member. But provided if the woman be not born pikin for the man we die, then that woman is not allowed for born picking for that particular mandate. But I think the reason behind that, logically, now for just maintain and keep the family together, because the normal for me that woman go start a new family with the picking away we already don't born with this man in family. Not saying that I don't think there is much to do with sexual relationship between the two, except otherwise, if the woman is young enough, then yes, they might permit that. But in some cases, it happens mostly to older women where they will not for say not sexually active anymore. It's just about taking up the responsibility of looking after the kids and the woman per se, instead of kicking them out of the family or the family don't go out. But there is a lot of controversy in terms of how that relates to the family when it comes to wealth, when it comes to other issues. But definitely, that thing will get a lot of controversy, but it has to be treated very carefully at some point.
Now, I mean, that's a very, very good point you raised there in terms of the after death. But I want to just, even before we will come to the after death issue, and I think what you've raised there in terms of the gender, how the women are, or should I say the culture that the women have to follow. It tends to be that the women, of course, will be the one sitting on the matter, and usually the man not so much sitting on the matter, as you say. It not take long before already.
You sleep like you know, but you will see when the inflation is
you know, like T-Boy stated,
yes,
it may sound like a joke. Well, these are things that has to be handled, critically and very seriously, because we don't say lots where it becomes so chaotic. Because like T-Boy stated, okay, the woman married to another man. Most times what happens in polygamous families, the man already get other woman them, where they inherit this other woman, then he go take this woman, then picking them. More so if property and wealth involved, if that other the man will die being affluent man get property, so it becomes really chaotic. So like you stated, these are things that has to be looked into and begin to talk about, like we say, we get for prepare for the life hereafter. But what I got a question for Una, Yusuf and Dr. Kole there, about this thing about death, okay? You don't ever get a situation wherein Diamond come to you like before he die, like, okay, you know this person, you know about them, and some form you see them or something happens, then later you say they don't die, like 1 hour later, 1 week later, 2 weeks later. It don't ever happen in real life, yes, in dream and all of those. I want you to answer because I have a personal experience with that. After No. After I talk, then I will share my experience with you now.
I am too much a city boy to experience any of such high metaphysical or spiritual phenomena.
Okay.
My head is too buried in my books, and I'm very empirical as well. I tend to want to see what is measurable.
Okay.
And I remember as a reporter, I used to fear going by the cemetery, and I went to an assignment, and the only way I could get home was to pass through a cemetery. And every time I passed through a cemetery, my head became bigger. I felt it was getting bigger.
Wow.
So the day I conquered that, as a young reporter, I was going back to the newsroom, I started to speak to all the dead people there, saying, I dare any one of you to come out. I would interview you, and I will put your story in the front page of our news magazine, and your secret of being dead will be exposed to everybody.
Right.
So I started to say that on my way, and I was not looking their way, but none of them showed up.
They never showed up.
That was how, till today, if you serve me the best meal in a cemetery, I will eat it and nothing would happen. So, to your question, have I ever had a premonition of somebody dying? The only premonition I have is that this topic today, when it was chosen, just this morning, I got a message from a friend that one of the men I knew in security, Dr. Ona, a homo, had passed on due to COVID complications. And I just felt, why today? Why am I hearing this news today that Brother Osifu has invited me to come and talk about death? And this is the day in which I was hearing. Other than that, I have no other story to tell, except I want to make one up, and I refuse to do.
Okay. Yeah, anybody else?
For me, I would say that before I heard of my dad's death, I had premonitions. Definitely. I even though at the time I didn't understand what was being passed on to me, but then eventually I got it. Okay, this is what was coming. Yeah.
With me, it's a bit scary. I think about 31 years ago, I was in Sierra Leone, and I had a very close friend. Well, when I say close friend, it's like a brother. And I went to Guinea Conakry by then, and I was like taking some goods and services to sell, because we were doing arts and crafts by then. And for some reason, I sold about few million francs. I don't know the value of the money that time, but it was a lot of money. So, and they haven't paid me the money yet, and I was desperate to come back to Freetown. And everybody was saying to me, well, where do you want to go? Wait. I'm like, no, I have to go. Oh, wait, let me pay. I said, no, I don't want the money. Medical team, I am going to Sierra Leone. And we were struggling to come back to Freetown. I jumped on an international vehicle that was going to Sierra Leone. And that was the first time I knew about telecommunication systems that people used to do, like via telephone calls. So we got to Pamalap, and then we eventually went to Freetown. And when we got to Mountain Court, by then I was living at Savo Street, and I had to get off. My sister has to get off at Aniwa Street, and I continue my journey to Savo Street. But by the time I'm walking to Savo Street, and I'm thinking, everybody is around. But before that incident, I was sleeping at night, during the day, and I can see somebody watching me. And I woke up, and I told my auntie, why are you watching me? And my auntie said to me, Tibo, what are you talking about? Nobody's watching you. I said, no. I said, you've been there twice now, and you're looking at me while I was sleeping. And he said, no, nobody is looking at you. And nobody has even entered that room since you were sleeping this afternoon. So that was just a scary thing, and I did not really take it seriously. But when I came back to Freetown, as soon as I walked into Savo Street, everybody kept rushing at me and saying, oh, are you back? I'm like, yeah, what's the problem? So they actually have to escort me home, because they thought I'm going to lose it, because this friend of mine died behind my back. I didn't know that he was dead, but I saw the sign while I was in Guinea, and all that thing came upon me now. And then after his burial, the photo shoot that we used to do his hymn sheets, we were doing some work, and we were doing some work for Roquel Commercial Bank and few people who were like bankers. And we had a specific client that had a birthday just 2 weeks after his death. And he actually went to that lady. She gave her the work, and she gave her the contact details to come back to Aniwal Street. And if she doesn't get her work, she should ask for T-Boy. And when she asks for T-Boy, she will have the work done, if he's not around. You can't believe I was home after the burial, and all of a sudden, few people came to my house at Savo Street. You need to go to Aniwa Street now. I'm like, what's the problem? They said, you need to go. Don't ask no questions. Just come. Something has happened. And I'm thinking, what has happened? Okay. Walked home, came back to Aniwa Street, sat down, and I saw this woman. And she just went on me. Now you know, see boy. I say yes. Okay, now you then send me to. I say who? He said, oh, your friend. I said, which friend? What are you talking about? He said, oh, not so I say, yes. Okay. Well, your friend came to me and he was telling me that if I come to Aniwa Street, I don't get my work, I should ask for you. I'm like, are you serious? And she goes, yeah. Okay. They showed her the picture. I said, yeah, that's him. And this is exactly what he was wearing when he came to my house. So I was not just shocked, but I was extremely, extremely shocked.
Yes.
So sometimes when they say things like this don't happen, until you've actually seen the reality of it, then you might think, yes, it does happen. So I believe in spirituality. And this same person, when we were burying him on that day, the coffin fell from the middle of the undertakers, and then there was like a mirror in front of his face, and that mirror was broken. Do you believe that he sent a dream to his mom that they should tell us that the mirror scratched his face, but it is okay anyway? So these are kind of extreme things that possibly you might not believe will happen. But I always believe in the spirituality, and there are times when things happen to me spiritually and I can feel the connection of the outside world, especially when it comes to close family members and close people around me. I will always feel that sign to say something is not wrong or something is wrong. There are times when I was younger, I'm really scared of dark. I will not go to any place that is dark at all.
T-Boy, just hold it right there. There's something which which Dr. Kole talked about. Juma, you've spoken about it as well. And T-Boy, you have just reminded me of this now to bring up. Dr. Kole, I want to come back to, or Dr. Kole is not, okay, he's there. I want to come back to this energy, the thing about the energy of the dead coming back, or the dead living, right, amongst us. I mean, I know, Juma, you wanted to share your story, why you asked that question and it's come up. But hopefully before you go into that, I want to ask about, among the Igbo people, we have the Ogbanje that Chinua Achebe talked about so very well in his book, Things Fall Apart. Now, again, those of you who are watching the show, listening to the show, do you know about that? What do you know about that? Is that within your culture? A child, basically, a person that is born, dies, and then comes again, and then just keeps coming back to the same family, to the same mother, through the same mother, if you like. It's still keep going back. And people keep saying they find the mark of the, they sometimes will give that child a mark, and when that child is born, it still carries the same mark. So I don't know if we can address that particular one. And from there, I wanted to go into the thing about 40 days ceremony and to explore that a little bit, which in Dr. Kole, the Yoruba, I think you say Nyole. You have the Nyole. Am I correct about that at all?
Maybe it's a different name. But if you would grant us, it would be so nice, because it's still fresh, if Brother Juma could quickly tell his own story, and then I will tell you about the Abiku, dead but reborn.
Okay.
Yes. The Igbos call it Obanje. But yes. I am also itching to hear that story, and then I will tell you about the Abiku.
Yes, fine. Right. That's right. I wanted to address all of that. Yes, that's what it's going.
Okay. Thank you so much. The reason I asked that, because when things happen, sometimes you don't have explanation for them, and if you talk to a specific people, they'll think you're crazy or mad, right? So that's why when something like this happens, I always tend to ask. It's not like I'm saying, oh, this is what it is, or this is what it is, but this is my experience. One day I was at work, Hackney, okay? Lunchtime, I said, let me go to Hackney Center. It's not a place that I usually go anyway, because I take my lunch back, work, sit there, eat, and relax. And we had a work canteen too. But for some reason on that day, during my lunch break, I said, let me go to Hackney Center. Let's go in. I saw this person, this person that actually accompanied me. This was like 5 or 6 years later, okay? I saw her passing by. I was like, and you see this person, you're like running to go. Then there was like a big truck, a truck that came through, that divided us. So I went to the street, I looked left, right, from Mayor Street going down. I looked left, right, I could not see this person. Which alley did she go to? Which street? Nothing. Came home. Couple of hours later, my sister called me. Oh, do you know, sad news, this person passed away 2 hours ago. It's like, what? So I had, I was telling my friends now at home that this is what happened. So I wanted to show them, her pictures. I had photographs. I went to look for those photographs that I had, among other things, up until today. I could not see those pictures. Yes. Up until this date, I can't see. I was not able to find them.
Well, what you're saying is not strange.
Okay.
I would say that life doesn't have great explanations. There are lots of gaps about what is happening. Up till today, I'm not sure we've been able to even resolve the question of Abiku. And anybody who follows Nigeria's Twitter handles would know of a professor called Pius Adesome. Pius Adesome died in a plane crash. He has a book called Africa, You're Not a Country. In that book, Dr. Pius Adesome wrote there that he is an Abiku and he knows that he will soon pass on. The day he was to board that Ethiopian airline, he sent a verse that, though I might be in the depth of the water, God, you're with me.
Wow.
And till today, it is still a surprise to everybody how Pius left. In case you don't know Pius Adesome, you would know a guy called MKO Abiola, Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola. Kashimawo is the name given to children that are born and they die and they are born again. I think he said, he himself told the story that his mother had, I think, 7 miscarriages before he stayed. So it is not, there are people we can point to that are named. And I can tell you, when you hear names like Duro Timi, the Yorubas are telling you that this one has been going and they are employing the spirit of this child. Please stay with us. When you hear a name like Kokumo, Kokumo is a name that says this one is not dying again. It is, they belong to what Achebe calls the spirit children of Banje. When you hear the name Kosoko, there is no hope to dig the soil. These are the children that are called spirit children. And sometimes they negotiate with their Egbe, those who are part of how long they're going to stay. When they stay beyond teenage years, anytime they depart, they cause the greatest pain. They never leave without a drama. They always live in a way that there will be drama. And they come back again. Our brother was talking about markings on their body, because when they mark them, the whole idea of the Yoruba people is that their mates in the other side, in the spirit world, will reject them. So that they would, once they're marked. But sometimes, even with such markings, they still go away. So, yes, the Abiku story, the Ogbanje story are things that they are within the narrative of the Yoruba people. But remember that there are no more pure Yoruba people. They are all a mixed mesh, a total confused lot that are neither European. Most Yoruba people can't speak English properly. And at the same time, they cannot understand the depth of Yoruba language. So where are you? They are neither birds nor rats. So when you say things like this, they turn their noses because they're running to scriptural verses. They're running to the Bible. They're running to the Quran to defend what they know little about. So this topic of death is not just morbid. It is not about the morbidity. It is exposing, one, the hypocrisy, the lightness of knowledge of the African mind. A mind that has sold itself to another, and yet the other has not opened the door wide enough for them to go in and study. So this, anybody who is listening to us as we're rounding up should know that this is not just about putting the fear in you, but it's about the knowledge. And in that knowledge, what we have not harvested is, what do these Abiku children, what do they come to the world to do? These are conferences we should be having. So as I'm talking to you, once I brought in the case of Abiku, a husband offered the wife that, please, Kole, come and interview my wife because she is an Abiku and she will tell you stories. The woman I didn't have the courage to interview her. But the husband told me the story that before they had their first female child, that the female child appeared to the mother. She saw the child that was not born. When that child was born, she was exactly the picture she had seen. And the girl had told the mother that this was how she wanted to be treated. She lives in South Africa today. And that was their negotiation. They both agreed that they were not going to live in the same geographical place.
Wow.
If that is too much for you, please go and find anything to read about Chief Leroy Clark. He just passed on 2 weeks ago. Chief Leroy Clark had a conversation with her daughter before she was born. When the girl was born, she told the father the story of a conversation they had on the way to a property they were going to buy. Obia. So Chief Leroy Clark called the daughter the Obia daughter. This is the daughter that I knew was coming. It is yes, Chief Leroy Clark is dead, but I can tell you the daughter is still alive.
Wow.
And these are stories that, as Africans, the reason for our backwardness, if you allow me to say so, is because we have been too fearful to delve into the metaphysical. to ask if you ever have read the book by Marie Corelli. Marie Corelli was one of those mystics who had discovered in the spirit world what electricity was about and talked about it even before it came. But unfortunately, we are being tethered. They have shackled our legs and they have dulled our minds that we are unable to delve into those things, pull them out. There's none of you here who does not know that the Ifa divination is based on the binary, the 1 and the 0. And when you extrapolate that, it is what has become the computer today. The thing is that we never had the presence of mind to develop those things.
Dr. Kole, yes,
Tongo,
no,
just the last
carry
one.
on, Dr. Kole.
Tongo is the god of thunder. Africa, and especially Nigeria and Indonesia, have been found out to be the places with the highest number of thunder and lightning in the world. And we already, even before we knew that empirical data, we knew that there was somebody called Ogun, Shegiri Lagiri or Lagiri Kakaka Kigba Dumbo. That's all we know. We know the Oriki, the praise song of Songo, but they say from lightning and thunder, you can begin to talk about electricity. Yet all of us are suffering from power outages. South Africa that used to have one is now suffering from power outages. Don't talk about Sierra Leone, please, about the ousting, the electricity in. And if you don't talk about Sierra Leone, Nigeria is in a mess when it comes to power supply. And yet, they are the ones that have been blessed by the deity of Shango. Let me stop there before
Yusuf, I think we need to follow up this as soon as possible with spirituality, religion and African spirituality. We don't have to leave it too far away from this, please.
Yes, because
that would be my suggestion to you.
No, you're right. I want us to get into religion and spirituality as soon as we can. But I'm keeping my head disciplined right now to stick on death because everything is so closely related. But I want to talk about offerings and sacrifices and so on even as we're coming to close. And on this topic, there are so many things. But this section for me is where we talk about honoring death, honoring the dead. And I know maybe when I'm mentioning honoring death, some people might think, what do you mean honoring death? What's honorable about death? What's there to honor? But within the African culture, we honor death. And there are different ways we do it. One of the ways we tend to do it is making peace with the dead. And in making peace with the dead, we have certain ceremonies that we will do. So during the 3-day ceremony or the 7-day ceremony, Juma, you'll agree with me. We have the fura, T-boy, isn't it? We have the fura, where we have the rice. We make the rice into flour, and it's all white, and we give it some, it's slightly mushy like that, and it's all, we make it into a ball like that, and then we put it on a plate, put the kola nut all around it, and then a kola nut on top of it as well. Sometimes it might be a white kola nut, or sometimes we might have the red kola nut all around. We put that, we call that fura. So it's like rice flour that is made into a mulch like that. And that's put down, and then next to that we'll put water. Now, for me, when my dad passed on, that helped me tremendously. I had that and I put it next to my bed. And every night before I went to bed, I would talk to my dad as if he was just right there. And then after talking, I will take some of the water, put it on just sprinkle it on my body, on my face, and then I'll go to sleep. In the morning when I get up, I'll do the same again. Then I'll take the water and I'll put it by the doorstep, right? I'll put it by the doorstep. Now, to me, that's the ceremony I met my people doing. And I found that using that water was really, really calming me down. Every pressure that I had, for me, it was calming down whenever I put it on myself. But we all already know the symbolic nature of water. Water itself is life. We are all water. And so the African culture using water is important. But let me just pass that on to, I don't know what's the same thing for you, T-Boy. I know I've not brought Femi at all into this conversation at all today, but I know he's tired. He's been working very hard, so I don't want him to, to stress for now. So T-Boy and Juma, what do you think on this particular one?
I think honoring the dead is something that is very ritual in terms of the African concepts. For example, you see, like right now, Islamic followers are really throwing eyebrows on 40 days, 7 days, 3 days, and the rest. And I say to myself, thinking aloud, it's just a title attached to this thing they call it 30 days or 40 days or 3 days or 7 days. But the actual fact is we are honoring the dead by actually bringing people together and offering prayers for the dead. If you take away the 3 days, you take away the 7 days, you take away the 40 days, it's pretty much exactly the same thing that is happening without those 4, the 3, and the 7. So I think traditionally, these are traditions that we have given value to for like hundreds of years. And then now all of a sudden, modernism, they make them like for say, oh, you can't do that. But when you make mention of the fura and the kola, traditionally, they just put the fura and the kola and just left them more than call spiritual thing for Campanamo. No, they pray. And it is a religious practice in Islam. Mm. So if you put fura and you put kola where they show a sign of respect, the fura and like the bread, for again show some amount of respect to the dead or to people and where they can where they put saga. Saga basically now sacrifice of offerings given to the poor or given to the needy. Then just call on no more saga, where now the different name way with the different significance. But I think for honor the dead in Africa is something that is very much traditional. But also Europeans also honor their dead. I remember a couple of months ago where I was going to have some graveside. I met a man sitting down on a graveside. He really just relax, put in chair, a sit down next to the grave, and they just chill. That person must have been somebody very close to that person. And then in feel say, this is the way I honor my dead. But like a traditionally also honoring the dead, it means everyone here where they can say, oh, Christmas they come, then they go pay libation for with traditional people or for people who don't die, we go give them a sign of respect. Again, Christians or the Creoles then will say this is not tradition, something the person will like whiskey, they will come, they can say to them, hey, Bra Olu, we don't come, you know, say this is not Christmas. Every Christmas, we can come to you and can share with us and can say, look, he give you blessing. I remember vividly when watching Sing Freetown. Charlie Hafner make mention of the fact, say, he doesn't pull his legs properly because there is a missing gap that is always there to give him that support when I'm being with Mami Hafner. But it is struggle with this concept with Sorios for some time because this was the person that is giving him the influence to write. Then they give him the inspiration for do things. But this person not there around them now. So what's he can normally do? He went to the graveside. He goes in whiskey and he say, well, Mama, I don't come. And she said, no. How we can they go, how they do things. Now you know the brain there and all which they do. So there, I don't stop. But for help me make a wise myself up back again for make I go for pick up the concept for write this thing. So you might think these things are funny, but just for the fact that spiritually, this man cannot connect to something that his soul knows so well. And the only connection will be again that inspiration, they don't die. but it feels it's still connected spiritually to that person, you go and ask, say, well, I don't come home. Give me the wisdom back where you can normally give me. Sometimes so that's like, it's psychological.
So, T-Boy, that's like, I talked about Think and Grow Rich, the book I talked about, where this guy called the mastermind and put it and and called it all these other energies together. I think it's a kind of a similar thing. Juma, what's your own perspective on that?
Yeah, I think again, like T-Boy said, another thing is until we know the art, not to just the fura, the cola, and the water. Some families, some cultures, even when they don't prepare food, then still they put a portion for the dead, because they believe, say, the dead is still part of the family, though they're not physically present, but they've been and they continue to be part of that family forever and ever. So then still get them basin within they put for the dead all the time. So some man can go thief that rest themselves, because they say them put time, you only them can eat.
Tell me if they say where the only them can find, that means the demand don't eat.
The demand don't eat. Yeah, but some man they thief that demand rest day, then they eat that. Yeah, it's no joke. I'm telling you, some place there, some man not bell full, if they grab middle net, they go box the rest. But they put, that's not the clear thing. Just quickly on the Islamic side where, they bang head with, 7 days and so on and so forth. I think outside the criticism, again, it depends on how people explain this kind of thing. It's like people, they wait, they pay more premium for go pull big syrup, kill 5 cow for the 40 days, whereas where possibly the mama or the papa been there alive, they not even send 50 pounds for them. They don't even care whether the mama or papa eats. So it's like they're saying, are you doing this because you want for show off? And some people, they become burden to them, and debt. Some man get for go trust. They use credit card, for example, waiting at the diaspora. Some man they use credit card, take, I shall be, go through this big Sarah for family member, which not a choice. Okay. But why do you have to do that in the name of the dead? Are we exploiting the dead as well? Whereas when the dead been there alive, you not been take loan for give them a better life. So I think now really bag head day, But if the simple way we explain, and so like how T-Boy say, the full guy with column, not to any other mystic thing. Now prayers, we they pray let God sorry for you. Let say you let you get colat. You say be watch over we. We not mean, but that's all part of closure because you've missed someone, that was so dear to you. Since my dad passed away, that was 8 years ago, every day I must, imagine him, think about her or a re-invoice of something. So he's part of me. Whether anything I do, that has not, for 8 years, every day, this I'm saying this, not to joke, not to exaggeration. Depending on which I do, I must feel with something where there is connection. So people use that for connect. So Islamically, I'm not sure it's more so about the prayers, because that's what Islam said, and say, always pray for the dead. Always ask for forgiveness for them. Always ask for them. Let them get the highest of heavens.
All right, now Juma. Yes, now you're talking about asking for forgiveness. Now that takes me to the 40 days. Mm-hmm. Now I know definitely among the Limbas, and also but what I noticed as well with the Creole them na Friton, the Creoles will at some point they will at the front of the house they will dig 2 holes.
That bench then I like that bench.
And they'll put beans and plantains. And right, and I've seen that. And during that time, they will talk.
Yes.
And they'll ask for debts to be released, or be paid, or forgiveness, or they'll ask, hey, Mami Jowo, please make sure, that your grandchild Kole is over there. Please look after him, or Maria Maoni is over there. Hey, Maria Maoni, that one, sometimes she's
smiling through lights.
Exactly, she smiles a lot through light. So please help her when she's smiling through light, help her business to flourish. And they have all of these things that they all say, hey, Cuckoo Labelle, you know Cuckoo Labelle, that one, you know what she's like now, please, you know, she's doing a little bit of thing over there, please help Cuckoo Labelle so that she too, she can prosper, she can make things. And we do that during that time. In terms of honoring the dead, and sometimes, as you say, putting closure. And Dr. Kole also talked about this journey that you take, with, you know, that you make, you know, where you actually say goodbye, to say go on your way now. Now, this section for me, I think, is very important, where we are talking of closure, where we're talking of honoring. And what I want to say here is that for many of us who may have lost someone, a dear one, father, family, friend, daughter, son, mother, whatever it is, there reaches that point where we make a closure, where we allow their energies to go, so that we can also live our own lives and flourish in our own way. And that is not because we will forget about them, because one thing is clear: they are in our DNA. That is what's running in us all the time. But what that means for us as African people is that we cannot dishonor those who've gone on, because in dishonoring them, we are ultimately dishonoring our very selves. Regardless of what religious belief we might have, this is just a fact that DNA is running through us. I know what it's like when I see those who perpetrated in killing my dad. When I see them, I know how my whole blood, my body agitates. And I don't necessarily think that's necessarily me. I think that's my father in me that's agitating, asking for justice. So now, again, there is many other things which we do not have time to go through, because I know Dr. Kole has been with us for so long, and all of us have been for so long, and I want to make sure that we bring this thing to a close. But I want to say that there's another aspect to honoring the dead, and that aspect is the aspect of the masquerades in Africa. Whether it is the Igunugu, or whether it is the Oje, or whether it is the Egugum, or whether it is the Bangbani, or whether it is what we call the Kohon among the Liba people, or the Poro. All of these also come into play in honoring the dead. Now, again, as Christians or Muslims, we might say, then secret society Tinende, not bring the Yasu at all. But I want to this is the last section I want us to look at in looking at death here. T-Boy, please, for you, what's your own take on that as well, in terms of putting closure on death when you look at these fraternities, these secret societies, and so on?
We can't buy religion, and you not call Juma. We can't buy devil business. You call me.
Not a devil. Let me say masquerade. I say societies. I say fraternities.
You know when they say system matter experts for everything. so tell you the system matter expert for the devil business.
The reason why make I throw that in now, because of the exact reaction we'll get.
Right.
Yeah. Because again, as we say, when it comes to devil matter, everybody don't make him like, oh no, not so devil business. But again, when you say masquerade, it's slightly different from the word when you say, oh, we can't pan devil business now, me call it. So I don't stereotype the whole scenario now before I even start for answer the question. But I did that on purpose, because what you do, we call him devil, because anything African spiritual is evil. That's the interpretation, and I think it's totally wrong. I'll make a scenario. Is it anything European that is technologically inclined is evil? Or devil? Or genius? Or creativity? Or this guy get brain? Or scientific?
Mystic powers.
Mystic powers.
Harry Potter.
Thank you. So you see the amount of verbs then when them put next to them. Yeah? But when it comes to the African concept of what we talk about right now, spirituality in terms of masquerade for honor the dead, we say a devilish practice. Just because we want to demonize the culture of what in masquerade stand for with the demolition with devilish activities. Right, let me give you a typical practical ceremony of the Catholic Church in rituals, in burials, to honor the dead. Again, the same spiritual practices of this Catholic priest will be the same spiritual practice of this Meresiman, or the so-called Meresiman, because he will get an incense inside something like a pot. He will go out and round the coffin, and he will do chanting.
Yes.
He gets water, where then a cup, he gets broom, or whatever the thing might be, he will stroke him by the coffin.
Sawe.
But that's it. Creole Saloma will say, everybody now to do business, boy. They can take instant, they pass by the coffin. They pass ceremony. They old sawe, they sawe the coffin. But it is exactly what happens in the Catholic Church. How do you make that reference to honoring the dead? Basically, the Catholic priests, they consecrate the grave of the person and also the coffin of the person and make them more sacred in the eyes of God, so that the person in sin will be wiped out. So when it comes to honoring the dead with African masquerade traditional practices, it is demonic to the eyes of men, black people specifically. But the ritual then when they perform during those ceremonies, you don't know. You don't know the essence of those rituals. Some of those rituals are meant to be performed because they want for cleanse this person, because they go to an unknown world. Then they perform certain ceremonies there with this person for make it not get ancestral trail of something of the evil spirits that don't happen to them, for make it not happen to in people they will left behind.
Yeah.
So there are so many practical practices by their masquerade, so we know they know. Then they can put the coffin, they say that particular specific devil for jump the coffin before they take the body go away. Do you know why they're doing that? We don't know. And we don't ask questions. But as soon as we see that, it's demonic. It's evil. It's not nice. Now, so which business? So we get to look at the essence of their masquerading. Because like we used to say earlier on, if a blacksmith die, then get the kind of practice when they do for honor the blacksmith. If footballer die, then they get series of footballers, the way they make a row of football fans throwing the ball next to each other, puts the coffin middle, pass some football in ceremony. Some man go coke, some man go head the ball, some man go bang the ball, just because they want to honor him that way, because he was a footballer. So we therefore begin to look at all them practices there so and see the value behind it. But like a doctor said earlier on, we are afraid to go deep into the reality of what makes us who we are. So we try for demonize them and not even make them a practice to even we picking them, because we think it is so demonic. He puts a lot of emphasis on the negatives of the masquerade where it's not supposed to be so. These are all traditional practices. Now let's take another extreme. Freemason Lodge. It is also one of the biggest societies then in the West. But they took it to Africa and they're using it as knighthood for African men. Do you know the amount of ceremonies being passed when somebody from a knight clan died? Nobody knows. Have you ever seen the open doors of a Masonic temple in Sierra Leone while you're still living there? These are buildings that we coexist with. Have you ever seen the inside of those buildings? But you get mind for go open Igbale. You talk, say, oh, this now develops are for open now. So these are the things we should really take into consideration. Our traditional masquerade are not evil practices. They are traditional practices. If you don't know, ask questions. It might lead you to answers. Answers that might affect your mindset, thinking, oh, if I know this, it might change my mindset. It's not going to change your mindset for negative things. Because some of the myths that they used to tell us when we were younger is a way of protecting our inability to do certain things until we actually grown up to be older people. Then we have the ability to perform those ceremonies, and we know now what those ceremonies are, and we can see the differences. For example, picking up a play with needle very small, not taboo, just because needle is so sharp and is one of the things that you can pierce your eyes with without even knowing that. Kids are not allowed to play with needles when they're younger. So we get to look at all the cultural practices then. When it comes to masquerade, in terms of honoring the dead, it is traditional. It is extremely traditional, and it has nothing to do with demonic activities, because I've given you examples of a Catholic priest performing rituals on the dead corpse, and equally so Masonic temple and so many other things where we go give example of. So if we look at the masquerade, let's look at the traditional practices of this specific masquerade. For example, if poor man die, then we'll talk, say, if you're not joining society, you're not for commode. There are certain traditional rites that they will perform because of this particular person. If Ojeman die, then get certain specific amount of play the way they play for that Ojeman they will die. Because it is a burial ritual, because one of their members is dead. So we get to look at all these important things. Like, how would they allow you to go to a surgeon room if you're not a doctor? It's equally the same. If you're not a society man, why would they allow you to go into a society house? You are not part of that clan. If you're not a lawyer, you will not be allowed to go into a court. So we get to look at all these certain things they are, so because they all get in jurisdiction. Why would we say lawyer in the wear wig? That the same mask devil man in the wear. Now no one they take back the wear. Because wig also, he can wear wig. He not can put the mask, but he can wear false ear. So we get to look at all the things there. So and they all get significant meaning there. Yeah. When Harry Potter come, we all take a beginning and go watch Harry Potter. Now which film? Would I know that?
See, boy, everybody celebrates. What do you call the thing? Halloween.
Halloween is which? Is celebrating Wizard Day.
Now, but
people actually
King of Vasa.
I just move away from what they say.
Don't move away. Come back.
I don't want to move away because I said I will get to that discussion on another program and look at the whole thing of spirituality. But for now, looking at the masquerades and in terms of honoring death, that's more what I wanted to kind of look at here. But I think you've thrown very good, important light on what masquerades mean in terms of honoring death. And what I liked on what you said as well there, which we've said earlier on, is about this thing about cleansing and sometimes disconnecting. And you also talk about maybe it's that they are breaking down certain things so that it doesn't pass on to another generation. So there's processes of cleansing that does happen. And not only now with the masquerade, but I think in certain levels, you will find where things are done that they say, this is about cleaning, washing. For example, I mean, we all know in the clothes of the dead, how is that treated in some customs as well. Some people, they will burn all that clothes and let it go. Some, they will not allow anybody to wear the clothes of the dead as well. But there are many things like this in honoring the dead that is important for us to look at. But I really want to come to a closure on this one. But I wonder if our special guest has one last word to say on this thing about honoring the dead. you know, they will talk about honoring the dead and just what advice you might give to people who may be looking at death from in the African way and wondering, ooh, it's all spooky or whatever. Dr. Kole.
Well, like everybody said, the summary of everything you've said is that honoring the dead is honoring ourselves. The dead, they have moved on. They are becoming ancestors and providing new roles. So anything you do for a person who is dead, you're doing it for the living. The food you give to them, the drinks you give to them. Part of one of the cultures of Yoruba people is that once you have fed people with your food and your oil, you take the power of the ability to curse you out.
Right.
So when the dead, we have you would know that for the Yoruba people, we call it Owambe. It's always a gathering. There's always a reason to gather. You have not even talked about, you see, we have what is called turning the back of the dead. You know, after many years, what in English you call in memoriam. We have something called the turning of the back of the dead. You know, yiyi enyoku pada, enyoku. Because they say that the dead, after 20 years, has been lying on their backs, and they need to turn them, and there will be a party. There will be a party. It's a remembrance. They want to constantly bring the memory of those that have passed into the present so that they are not forgotten. And in the process, you see, the last chapter of every dead person is a big lesson for the living. You would have looked at the life of the person who is passed on. You remember that white man who said when he's dead, they should put something as his epitaph. What I am, you will be. What you are, I was. And that, every time they go through the cemetery, they see that sign there to remind you that no matter what he is now as a dead person, you, the living, will become. And what you are, he also was at some time. And that is exactly what dying is about. It's the living can talk until they're blue in the eye or in the face. We do not know much about what happens in the life after. So why don't we face the life here and now and use the lives of those who have come? You know, Yorubas will say, that somebody who falls into a ditch teaches the ones coming behind a lesson. The lives of every dead person is for the living a lesson. It is for you to look at the decisions they took. If you know why, even if you don't know why, you don't go to repeat the same errors they made. And that is why in every family, you would always have places where you can see in memoriam. You can see the dead and would constantly tell you that life is fleeting, you know, and we've been told to always live every day as if it were our last. So thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about death. One day I will tell the story of Elekpe, but I think the time...
No, we're not going. I want to hear. No, doctor, we are not going without hearing Elekpe's story, because this is where I want to come to now.
Give Doctor the Shangbai so he can tell the story.
Definitely, I'm going to give Doctor the Shangbai. Ìlú mi ò kẹrẹ̀rí, mo yege mo dúpẹ́. Ìlú tiẹ̀tẹ̀ dó sórí òkè Olúmọ. Lórí òkè run pẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Ibẹ̀ la gbé bí mi sí o. Ibẹ̀ la gbé tàbí dàgbà o. Ilé òmìnira. Máyọ̀ o. Lórí Olúmọ. Máyọ̀. Lórí Olúmọ. Abẹ́òkúta ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. mi ò ní gbàgbé rẹ̀. Mo gbé ẹlẹ́kẹ̀ ọkọ mi o ní ìlú Odù Ọya. Èmi ò máa bí òkúta ṣòkònù ọjọ́ lórí Olúmọ. Máyọ̀ lórúkọ Ẹ̀gbá o, èmi ọmọ Lísàbí. Máyọ̀ o, lórí Olúmọ. Máyọ̀ o. Hey, this one.
Well, if I were an Egba man, I would just have sent you through Cash App. But I'm not Egba. I'm Remo. But let me quickly just slip this in.
No, doctor, wait. Before let me just give a small preamble to what you're gonna say here with this story. The preamble, my people, is that I talk about sacrifices and offering in terms of honoring death and honoring the dead. That's what we're looking at under this particular subject. And on that, we make negotiations with death as well. And what is that negotiation? How can you negotiate with death? Please explain to us this story, and we can take that story apart.
Most of you will get to know that the Ifa divination is a set of stories upon stories upon stories. And one of the stories I'm about to tell is one of the Esaifa. There is this character there called Elekwe. Elekwe had gone to the Dibia, to the Babalao, to the diviner to find out about the past and also find out about the future. And the Babalao told Elekwe that death already has his name and was coming for him. So, but that if Elekwe makes a sacrifice, that is, he obeys what the gods are telling him, that death would pass over him. So, Elekwe did as he was told. He made the sacrifice. He took his sweat and blood and bought things that was used for the sacrifice. What I didn't tell you at the beginning of the story is that Elekwe is a light complexion man, tall, light in complexion man. After the sacrifice, Elekwe turned to a dark man. So on the appointed day, when Iku, the messenger of the gods, came to the doorway, met Elekwe there and said, look, I'm asking for a light complexion tall man. But the Elekwe death was talking to was already a dark complexion man. And the Elekwe rightly said, please be my guest. Go inside and look for the person that you have been told to come and take along. And Iku, the messenger, Iku as death is a messenger, was just sent on a message, and would always deliver the message that has been sent. So went and ransacked everywhere and didn't find anybody that fitted that description. And Iku left and went away. And that was how Elekwe avoided death. Now, that is the Ifa story. I can make it into a contemporary time as well. And you see the parallel. Our brother was talking about the Catholic priest, using incense to consecrate the coffin of a dead. All right, the modern day Elekwe went to a doctor, and the doctor ran all the tests and said, Elekwe, modern day Elekwe, you are too obese, you are too fat, and death is coming for you. And the modern day Elekwe asked the doctor, what can I do? And the doctor said, for such and such a time, you must go to the gym and exercise. And Elekwe, the modern Elekwe, took the prescription, and was slotting it out and sacrificing and sweating it out. That by the time death arrived in his door, the description death had was a fat, obese Elekwe. As soon as death came and met this slim-looking Elekwe, He said, I have come for a fat man. Where is he? And the modern day Elekpe said, go inside the house. Look on the top floor, on the shelf, everywhere. If you find anybody like that, deliver your message. And of course, there was nobody like that. And that was how the modern day Elekpe, who had gone to the doctor as an obese person, avoided death. That's the story in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, and I'm going to use that story, of course, to round up today. And there's two things I want to try to round up with, but I'm going to ask one final question, not necessarily to you, not to you, Dr. Kole, but to all of us. And that final question is, those of us, because when you talk of the modern day Elekpe, those of us in the diaspora, we are that modern day Elekpe, if I want to put it that way. Many of us, when we die, we ideally want to be taken home and be buried back home. Many of us. Well, the idea of death today is a massive business. And not only that, it's a very expensive business.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're thinking, those of us who are thinking about it, that one day we would want to be buried back home for whatever our reasons are, whether we want to be honored, because we want to go back home and be put in our mother's land, you know, land of our mother, and be buried in there. For whatever the reasons are, because of time, we don't have time to go into all of that right now. But what I want to ask is, are you prepared? Are you prepared for the cost? If you want to say you want to go back, because funeral in this country that we are living in the Western world is no play business. People are making profit out of it, good profit. Now that is not to say in Africa people don't make profit. Or Doctor just told us earlier in the program that there's a place in Nigeria where they give you specific types of coffins, any design you want. In Ghana, for you to bury somebody, it takes, sometimes takes a long time, because you need to gather the money together. You have to, if somebody likes a car, they even design the coffin in a car. If you're a fisherman, they'll design the coffin like a fish, and then bury you in that. All this takes a lot of money. Therefore, we have to be prepared. We have to put our mind to this. Death is not something which is just for everybody else. It is for you and for me. It will come. If we want to go home, we want to take our body back home so we could be honored back home. What's the preparation that we're putting in place? Otherwise, in a country like England, most countries in Europe as well, I'm not quite sure how it is also in America. But here, they've got what they call the pauper's grave. You don't have money, the council will come. They'll take the body home. And you think you're going to see, they give the family 15 minutes because they've got other businesses to go and do. So please, hurry up. 15 minutes. You watch it, and they screw the box. They screw it. Once they screw that thing, and it's a box. Literally, it's a box. Carry it, and they go put it in another grave where a lot of other, basically it's a mass grave. Put it there, and if you're lucky to have a priest to pray, then you're lucky, they pray. And then they go quickly, get out of here, and it's finished. Pata pata. So, we as African people, we've just gone through 3 hours of talking of the various ways we honor our dead, the various experiences of death, that the dead look for justice, that the dead are alive, they're out, they are awake, they're really going, they're really active around us. How do you want to be buried? Have you planned it? Me that you see here, I've planned mine. I've told my children, I've told my family how I want to be buried. Definitely, when I'm done, when they lay me down.
Can you tell us?
I can tell you how I want to be. Definitely, I can tell you. For me, I want to be put in a simple wrap. In fact, if I have my way, I don't even want to be put in a box. Put a simple wrap around me. Them matter who can get upline. Put it around me. Wrap me. Carry me. I want people to dance. I want people to dance and celebrate and dance and celebrate. I'm glad I'm saying this here on social media so that everybody can hear this. Just in case. People celebrate me. Why? Because this man called Yusufu Jallo, for me, I'm lucky enough, I must say, that I found my purpose for being on this earth. I found why I am here. And I have done so much with that which I have been blessed with. Earlier on, Dr. Kole talked about before you're born, you need to go and choose your purpose for coming in. Me, I have found it. I know what it is. And I am using it to bless the earth, to bless everybody. And because of that, for me, it's like the whole world revolves around me. And if there's a journey we must take in our life while we are living, is that journey of knowing why you are here. What is your tool that you are born with for you to come and serve this earth? What is the tool? For me, I found that later on. It's storytelling. It is what I'm doing with stories. It's the drama, it's the art. That's my tool. What is it for you? The day you find that, you will no longer be afraid of death. The day you find that tool, you know you're coming. Because people ask all the time, they say, what's your purpose? You know, what I tend to say, no, I don't worry about a purpose. I worry about what is my tool. What is it I've come here to work with? We call it talent. We might call it whatever we want to call it. Muhammad Ali, it's boxing. Usain Bolt is running. And some people, it is logic. They become good lawyers. Some people, it is medicine. They know how to fix people and heal people. Whatever it is that it is for you, once you find that tool, the purposes come. The purposes are plentiful. Because now you take me as a storyteller, you put me among doctors, I am there. You put me among lawyers, I am there. You put me among children, I am there. You put me in the university, I am there. Because I have found my tool to serve my world. What is yours? Now when you find that, as I say, the world will revolve around you. Death no longer becomes something fearful. And I feel I have served that. So for me, when I'm going, dance with me. Let there be drummers at the front, drummers at the back, singers everywhere, dance. Take me to my grave, lay me down. And I've got, you know, as it would happen, I've got my land in my village.
So it's going to be in Kamakuye, right? Not
Absolutely in Kamakuye.
Okay.
Take me there, lay me down. And then when it's all done, put a mango tree, plant a mango tree to grow on top of my grave. That's the only way to mark my grave for me. Put a mango tree. Then after that, if you want to put anything around it, fine, but that's me. Every time you come to that space, sit down, enjoy the mango, and hopefully through that way, I'll still be alive and still running around as you chop on that mango. But that's my way. What's yours? Especially those of us in the diaspora here. What's the plan? What's the idea? I will not now, I've explained about not even talking about the impact that death has on our families financially. That is very serious. We need to take that into consideration. And while we're taking that into consideration, what are the ceremonies to honor your spirit, to honor your soul? Have you worked that out? It's worth thinking about. And I hope that through this program, we've been able to share a lot of those thoughts and all of those ideas with you. Okay? But I will hold it there before I give the final wrap up of what I want to say, linking it to Dr. Kole's story. I'll hold it there for now to say, diasporans, we need to begin to think about that. For many of us who want to be buried here, still think about how the impact it will have financially on your family and otherwise. So let me go now to, I know Femi has been sitting down patiently and waiting. Femi, please, what's your own word on this, please?
You know, call Femi no side on the show. Now, how fast in the die on the show? How do they call
No. It's not about how. No, the reason what I'm asking Femi.
Always see the plan for the way he died.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
You see that
No, that's what they asked. That's what I'm asking Femi. Okay, let me say what I'm asking Femi. What I'm asking Femi is this. Femi, what's your thought about the whole program so far?
Just can't say no more hello to me and you talk nice. No, I'm not going to do
That's rap, eh? That's rap.
That's rap.
Hey, that's not the answer. Please, Femi, answer. Not listen to T-Boy.
Literally, una all get luck because Doc is here. I'm going to be my good behavior. So, Doc, thank you. Very, very interesting program. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. Yusufu for entertaining us. T-Boy and Juma for making me laugh. And our guests, them, I hope soon I don't enjoy myself. No, I had loads to say today, but it's been a tiring weekend. Back-to-back shows, long things. Them, I literally have not slept in days. But anyway, that's another story. I want to say a few things. Them, we're talking about the people who really cry begging. Really can cry in which you been calling
Sasanke.
No, which you been calling hired criers.
Oh yeah.
Which you calling
Professional mourners.
Okay, you're talking about people them we maybe they it's like a living for them as well for help people and go through the thing about death and losing a family or friend. I remember there's a family in Sierra Leone where I think say for time immemorial now they seem for they do them gravestones them. I think say na central of Freetown and I don't remember the street, but the professional mourners are they similar? Is it something that goes through generations? They teach their children teach their children, so they keep the tradition going. Is that something, or not somebody can just say, get up one day, say, me as I be cry, I can't go begin cry for burying them. So I can hire me whenever you need. I'd like to understand how you get into that kind of a profession. And in be one of the things I want to talk about. Then you guys talked about a story about people them deceiving others for make them think so they don't die. I remember when I was young, they told me about this story about these two thieves. They went and stole some goods and they went into the cemetery and they were sharing them. One for you, one for me. One for you, one for me. And this guy was passing by and he heard this and he was like, go and sit on the ship. and he legged it, So, so it's been an interesting program today. I don't laugh. I've really enjoyed myself. I've learned a bit. T-Boy talks some very controversial thing them. We off air, me and together can't get serious tete-a-tete about but no, it's all good. So Yusufu or Doc, if you can shed some light on this thing about do you if you're born and you want to do that trade, is it something that it's in your family and it's taught from as a child, or can somebody just get up and say, this is what I would like to do?
Dr. Kole, want to address that? Or
one of the things about the continent is that when you look, it looks as nothing is organized. It looks chaotic, but that the families of drummers in Yoruba culture are called Anyon. If you hear anybody's name Anyon, be sure that their family belong to the drummers. When you hear the name Oje Kunle, Oje Tunde, Oje Wuyi, these all are their families come from they are the masqueraders. They are the ones who keep the grove. When you hear a name like Odutola, they belong to the divination. So by their names, you can tell which profession they belong to. I am not very sure what the family of mourners will be, but I would want to believe that there are custodians, especially in Ghana, and I would do some research. I would ask some Ghanaians to tell me how you can become a professional mourner. But I know that in Nigeria, if you go to Odulami Street, where they make coffins, they actually employ and train the guys. MIC. MIC is the top brand for the whole idea of funerals, and it's run in their family. In fact, the story that you would not know is that they were traveling to another state to bury a person, and they were all in a jet. The jet crashed and killed the executive director of MIC and some of those he was going with, and the cops fell off. They packed it all and they went on, and the MIC guy got buried. The former governor they were going to bury in Ondo State also got. So for the MIC, which is a city-based thing, he just employs people. But I think the daughter of the man is now in charge once he passed on. So you can see, just these are coffin makers, but they also employ pallbearers, and I think it's almost a job now. I'm not sure it's the kind of mourners, but like you rightly said, I would reach out to my friends in Ghana and ask them how you can become a professional mourner.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking, I think Tibo was singing earlier on. I'd like to volunteer him to change a career path and become a professional mourner. But all good things must come to an end. I would like to thank our people for watching again. But before I go, I've got one more question. We're talking about names just now. And you mentioned a lot of names. I'd like to know the meaning of the name Ekundayo, because I believe it's got something to do with the topic of today.
Ekundayo simply means that tears have become joy. And you know that the Yoruba would say that it is the happening in the household that a child is named. Ekundayo might actually, you're right, it might be something that has brought tears before that child was born or during the pregnancy. And then when the child was born, it became a thing of joy. So in literary terms, Ekundayo would translate to tears have become joy.
Tears of joy.
Thank you, sir.
And the interpretation might be the man got the woman pregnant and died, and then after bearing the child.
T-boy.
It is also very possible.
Yeah.
But that name, if the man impregnated the woman and died, there is a name we call it Babari Misa. The father saw me and bolted away. It will not, I don't think it will be Ekundayo. Babari Misa. There is a name like that, Babari Misa, meaning that, and usually they are children of warriors. Before the father went on the war, he had already impregnated the woman. But by the time the child was born, the father had been killed. And so they inscribe the history of what happened in the child. Because when you tell anybody, they say, why a negative thing? No, it is the history of what killed the man that becomes a thing of pride. A man, it is like Wale Soyinka says, it is the death of war that kills a warrior. Ikogun Ninkpakikoju. And the name for a warrior in Yoruba is Akinkoju, somebody who is bold and brave. So it is the death of war that kills a brave man. And if a child is so cold that father saw me and bolted away, the question will be why? And then they will tell the child, your father died in the service of humanity. Your father died in defense of the dignity of our community. So it's no more a negative thing. But those who don't know, as in everything that is ours, we just stop at the surface meaning and forget to go to the depth. The meaning and the sweetness of the life of the African that is not written, that is oral, is in what Brother Jallo said, ask if you don't know. If you ask, you will be told, and you will know, and you'll be blessed, and you'll be enriched.
Wow, thank you. Juma, any final word at all?
I just want to say T-boy get one cause we call him sir. So now we don't know the meaning why what him sir mean. Anyway, in a more serious note, you see, we talk about honoring the dead and everything about death, because with afraid death, well, some of the things that will be done, they do for protect that or carry on. Don't lost. Like example, when we talk about T-boy they sing, we get people they sing in a waking. Whether also we know them every waking. If them people are not go sing at the waking are the sweet. But now I'm not sure say that they even do waking again, wake keeping. Then they do wake keeping. Now they do wake keeping again the way will be they do them. Man and go then cop them, killing and all that thing, and they the pass. And man, some man for position himself near the kitchen, outside and they serve, because if you see that they're not sabi you or you do way you dress, they're not sabi that they jump you. So you get for they near they for as a cop come now you force they take. But just they say, we get for continue for getting conversation. Yeah, it is very important, and it's part of life. If we just they use the word death is a necessary end, are we just using it, or do we believe in it? So if we believe in it, it's part of our existence. So therefore prepare for it and make let it be something of memory, either we will do or we don't fast. So that's all I'll say for now.
Yeah, T-boy, briefly before we go.
I just want to say no more. Them what are they? So any south side in the blinker serious, no, the one blinker I like it. But good old is like. But anyway, Femi, you see Femi don't come back. You don't talk today, say you the honor the for docking sake. You say nothing. But don't worry. We the can set up a funeral parlor for organized
wakekeeping.
Guys, time don't go. Come on, guys.
I talk about serious business. Then you bring and die all. Easy. We start with you. And you know how you tell me. I'll forget you. You will not have a make a sake for you. You will not have to make coffee for you.
Cook and eat.
And they go order one Pokemon and I bring to my kids. And teach you how to pray. We're going to make it do it for you now.
Dr. Kole will come and do all the orikis for me.
Exactly.
And then Jalo Jaboya said I go be the main singer. Now the waking.
Now they want to knock me down my.
No, yeah, Mr. Jaboya.
And they just call Chijai, just knock the song by the play camera.
Please, look. My people,
Doc, please don't mind us. Please don't mind us.
Yusufu, before we go, Yusufu, before we go quickly, an appeal. Today we spoke about the importance of, though we spoke about names, I would like to ask for a show that we talk about the importance of names and importance of naming your children the right way and the importance of them knowing what their names mean and where the names come from. Just asking.
Yes, I totally agree with you. That is, in fact, is one of the topics on my list of episodes to run, because I know we've done birth already, and we will have to follow up on birth again, but I want us to do naming ceremony, because my goodness, that is a very important thing. And I know Dr. Kole has already hinted on so many things about the importance of names and what they mean and the implications of all of these names. So that is something that we'll do. But I want to just wrap up the whole event, this whole episode.
You didn't make like up again.
No, you don't. That's it. You don't know. You don't know. Finish. You don't know.
No, come on, man. I will wrap up.
Now we you have to go begin for begging me one now.
No, I got up serious now. No, I got up serious.
All right. Okay.
Shortly.
Yes.
You see, when they talk about that, they can't even for wrap up shortly. Always not what they do. But anyway, guys, I think it's been a very important reason why we're talking about dates today. Is because I think for us living in the diaspora, we now know the expenses that involves in terms of funeral services, both Islamically and Christian way. So we have to be very mindful of what we do, how we do things, and how we plan our funerals. Again, we might think it's a taboo, but it is not a taboo. If you are of age above 50 and above, you should be thinking seriously about some of those consequences. Accident might happen, anything might happen, even with all of us living in the diaspora. So the reason of bringing net debt as one of the topics for today's program is very vital to the community in the diaspora. It's very, very important, because sometimes people shy away from discussing these things. It doesn't mean if you plan your death, you're going to die soon. No, it doesn't mean that at all. But you should just take it something that is very serious and real. If you don't want to discuss it publicly with your family members or friends, find a way that you can write things down. Not necessarily mean you're disclosing to people that you're dying, but to the realization that one day we will be gone on earth. We are here for a purpose. After serving that purpose, we'll go back to our Maker. Going back to our Maker doesn't mean that's the end of you on earth, but if your good deeds are on earth, you will always remain to be that person that was on earth when you were still alive. So let's take it seriously and find a way to discuss it with family members or people that we think we have confidence over that can keep some of those details, because you don't want to know what happens tomorrow if you're not around. It doesn't matter how much plan you have made for your funerals, but if you haven't discussed it with people that are capable to execute it for you, you will be buried the way you don't want to. Again, I will always say, God only knows where you're going to die and how you'll be buried. So if we have that faith in you, nothing else should bother or nothing else should worry you. Let's just think positively about the way forward in the life that we're living today. There are so many impossibilities and there are so many possibilities. But it's been a pleasant day to have you on Facebook and YouTube and all the contributors that we have had on the Facebook page. And we realize we have so many newcomers today. Please continue to follow us, like our page, so that you will be notified whenever we come online. I will see you guys all tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Jallo.
Thank you so much, King Mufasa. Thank you so much. And I want to say a very special thank you to Dr. Kole, and very special thank you to Femi, and of course to Brother Juma. And thank you to all of you viewers. Now, I want to leave you with this very important message that came from the story that Dr. Kole just shared to us about Eleke. For me, what's significant about that story is this, that you can negotiate with death. You can negotiate with death. Check your lifestyle. How are you living your lifestyle? How much stress are you carrying? Because death is coming. But if you do not negotiate, death will just come and take you away, even by the time you know it. But when you check your lifestyle, it simply means how well are you eating? How are you checking your stress levels so you take time to rest and relax your body? How do you keep yourself with your family around you and your friends? How much do you spend good quality time with them? How much preparation do you put in place just to make sure if anything goes wrong, you know you're taken care of, or your family is taken care of? Like Eleke, or the modern day Eleke, when he was overweight, he went and got to the gym and got fit, trimmed down. So when death came, death did not even recognize Eleke at all. And that way, Eleke managed to stay alive. and negotiated a longer time. You can do the same. I can do the same by the way we live our lives, by the relationships we build with each other and our families. We can negotiate with death. So let us watch our bodies. Let us watch what we put in this wonderful, amazing vessel, amazing thing that we call body, this machine that we call body. Let us take good care of it. Let us take good care of this as well. Because if we can take care of this and take care of this, we can negotiate with death and live not just longer, but live happily, contentedly, quality lives. But on top of that, get to know, seek to know what is it is your tool that you work with naturally that makes you so happy. What is it? Ask yourself that question over and over if you have not found it yet. Do not be like a dog trying to meow like a cat. It's too frustrating. Find that thing that makes you happy. And even with that, you can negotiate with death. And the day death comes, you can say, hey, I'm ready. No problem. Let's go for the next ride. I don't think it's anything to be fearful of. But I think it's something for just to be respectful of and honor it. Because when we can be respectful and honor death, it will come. We will learn how to live now, so that when it comes, there is no hang-ups, there is no leftovers that calls for a lot of ceremonies, but that we can literally just pass on. And we can live in bliss and leave those behind us in bliss as well. Watch every footsteps that you're taking, every footstep, everything you do, you're leaving footprints behind. Let them be footprints of joy, footprints of peace, footprints of inspiration, footprints that will eventually fertile the roots of life. And with that, I'll wrap up the whole evening, wrap up this whole episode that we have. I'll be back again in the next, in 2 weeks' time. I think the next 2 weeks' time we're going to go into spirituality and religion. And if it's possible to get my guest here again, Dr. Kole, to get him for the next one to look at spirituality and religion, I would absolutely love that. I will ask him, of course, if he's available for that. But I will also bring in another guest as well. And I'll try to bring in a couple of other guests to talk about religion and spirituality in Africa. That topic, I'm sure, is going to be fine for many people.
We are joining you to appeal to Dr. Kole to be part of that program.
Okay. Because we want to explore all of this. In fact, because the Limbas have their own religions as well. I mean, and if you, I'll just share with you here a book for you all to get in Sierra Leone. For those of you in Sierra Leone, it's called the Religion of the Limba of Sierra Leone. This is a formidable book to get.
Is it written in Limba?
No, it's written in English. It's written in English, but it's got lots of Limba phrases in there as well.
So how did they translate the Makbulu to Makbulu?
Man, you will not even go down that road because whatever you're talking has nothing to do with Limba. Leave me. Let me wrap up the episode. So, thank you all so very much. I hope you do join us again for the in the next 2 weeks. And thank you, and let me send you along the way. Oh, me people, them, I'm glad for see you now. I know me no say una si don ya di wait for me. Na pasa de paso. And that is all for tonight. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Na ustem dis. them for all Salon people and then party them. Sarah Gem Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sarahgemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
The total population of Sierra Leone in 2019 was stated approximately at 7.8 million. And the most common cancer reported in 2018 was breast cancer, with an incidence rate of 25.1% and a mortality rate of 19.2%. Ward 2 at the Connaught Hospital, Freetown, is a female surgical ward that cares for patients requiring breast surgery, chemotherapy, and palliative care. General surgery also admits to the ward as see fit. The ward is in need of a significant refurbishment and has a major impact on patient assessment and delivery of treatment, dignity, comfort, and infection control measures. The current ward area presents a significant challenge to infection control. There is no fit for purpose or adequate personal hygiene facilities. The showers and sanitary areas are in poor condition and are difficult to clean. The flooring is deteriorated. Overall deco and fabric of the walls need repair and full decoration. Furniture, cupboards, and shelving require replacement. The sluice, known to be the dirty utility room, is in poor condition and needs replacing. Windows need to be replaced as current windows bring in draughts, dust, debris, mosquitoes, and rodents. There is no designated area to provide a day service for patients receiving chemotherapy. Medical supplies is desperately needed. Therefore, we need a total amount of £15,000, which is equivalent to 195 million leones, for this project. This project will focus on women diagnosed with breast cancer and other non-malignant breast abnormalities requiring one or more of the treatment modalities that are currently available. We will also set up a day unit for the administration of chemotherapy and provide training and development to ensure sustainability. Therefore, I am pleading to all individuals, organizations, and local businesses, and every Sierra Leonean and friends of Sierra Leone to make a meaningful contribution that will never go in vain. Ways to contribute will be seen at the end of this clip. I am Aissata Sisejalo of the Health Show Partnership Program. Remember, your health is your wealth.
Na Yvonne, Na Yvonne,
Mina Yvonne Akisoya, and 11th May 2021 make me 3 years where I don't day in office. I say let I come and tell Freetonians them, una boku tenki for where una elect me and wanna give me this mandate for serve una. But I not just want to tell una thank you for when I elect me. I want to tell una thank you for when I don't work with me and work with the councillors, work with the staff of Freetown City Council, work with so many stakeholders, including the central government, the international partners, the local partners. I want to tell Una, the Freetonians, and thank you, but I want to tell all the other groups and the Boku Boku Tenki. Together, we embark on a journey for Transform Freetown, and in nobody not been say it go easy. We published the plan in January 2019, and then in January 2020, we published with first year report, and then in January 2021, we don't publish with 2-year report. Inside the reports and day, you go able for read in much more detail, waiting we don't achieve. But family them, as I just share today some of the things that really make me heart gladdy pan this walk here. One thing we're really glad about, now the wastewater treatment plant where we don't build na King Tom. This na the first time ever in the history of Salone for let we get the thing we come on the toilet instead of it just gonna grow go into a plant where they get for separate the solid from the liquid and get for treat them and waiting for come out can go towards manure. It can now be safely the liquid can now safely be disposed into the waterways. Another practical thing we are so glad for now this urban farming project we bring over 300, in fact we start with 300, now we add another 200 women them. We now at them backyard them and in community level, particularly in the private communities.
And you can create this, where you give, the okra they come up, they will plant them.
The women they do farming projects where go benefit them picking them, for get more nutritious food, but it go also help them for get small thing at the hand as they sell them in the market. And then their nursery school. Famble then go no say we've been done open the one at Congo Water Market for make vulnerable women them and then young picking under the age of 5 get free quality preschool care. And now we dip and build the second one. We do refurbishment upstairs in the Cretan Road Market, and that facility will be open and available to women and men traders inside Cretan Road Market. Tricycles. Well, then tricycle and they not only then they help for keep we city clean, they also they create employment. We don't create so far over 1,200 jobs with young people then where they go and collect dirty na the streets. And now we get 90 more where they come on stream. So I'm so happy because it increased the capacity for collect dirty. At the same time, it increased the number of people them, young people that we get work. Let not talk and not talk about the transfer station when I did the dirty then they go. So we don't get 4 additional ones, including the one at Lumley, the one at Approved School, the one at Shell, and the one at Allentown. Bele Uman them. Then they all over our community. That journey for going to PCMH, it can challenge Boko of them. So we did work for upgrade 5 of we PHUs them for make them be monk, side uside Bele Uman, the able for born. Freetown people then, Boku people that know say dog na challenge na this city. And so we don't start a program for sterilize, vaccinate the dogs them so that we go get control over dogs and we the ambog motaman, but we the ambog themselves. We go make we city healthier and it go reduce the risk for let people then get us sick with and call rabies. I don't share small about wait we don't do and over these 3 years, but I just touch the Tinem Boku. I go say anybody wants for no more. Also go now with Facebook page. We get Freetown City Council Facebook page. We also get Yvonne Akisoya, Mayor of Freetown. You go able for follow we. Let we continue for work together with all we stakeholders for let collectively we transform Freetown. Una, thank you and God bless you.
Na Yvonne, Na Yvonne, talk and go, talk and come. Na Yvonne.
When I was young, a lot of things were different. Unfortunately, most of the differences seen now are heartbreaking and are not good at all.
Before now, men were strong protectors of the weak, fathers, brothers, lovers, sons. Their mere presence guaranteed the safety of women and children.
But what do we do now? Men harassing and raping women.
Men sexually abuse little girls.
Men battering and killing their wives.
Any form of sexual assault, be it rape, sexual abuse, or pedophilia, is a killer. to human self-esteem.
Women should stop dying in silence. Speak now.
The rapist should be stigmatized, not the victim.
I think death sentence should be the consequence of such terrible acts.
And you mothers, build confidence in your children, put trust in them, listen to them when they make reports, and take necessary actions.
Talking of mothers before now, women were virtuous.
They were mothers, daughters, and sisters.
Nurturing, counseling, supporting their men folks.
But now,
women are trafficking female children for money.
Women are forced to be silenced.
All this must stop, and it must stop now.
Real men do not abuse, rape, or molest women and children.
It is barbaric, unacceptable.
Let all real men stand with us.
Together, let's say an emphatic no to rape, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and domestic violence.
I was raped multiple times by my aunt's boyfriend when I was 6.
I was repeatedly raped at the age of 8 by a close family member.
I was raped at 19. I didn't speak openly about it because I was ashamed and afraid that people would judge me.
I was raped at age 5 by my caregiver's husband.
On June 17th, 2020, 5-year-old Khadija Sakho, a beautiful little girl from Freetown, Sierra Leone, was repeatedly raped and strangled to death, allegedly by her own cousin. Her death shocked the nation. But in truth, in this small West African country, 9 out of 10 girls experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Think about that for a second. 9 out of 10. That's 90%. My name is Aisha Sase. I'm a journalist and activist. I'm joining forces with Idris Elba and other activists from across Sierra Leone to support the survivors of sexual violence with the Survivors Solidarity Fund. Please consider donating whatever you can afford. All monies raised will go to 4 local organizations currently providing free medical and legal services to survivors. 5-year-old Khadija lost her life to sexual violence. That same threat remains for millions of others. So this is also a call for you to use your voice, your power, to draw attention to an enduring culture of rape. Together, we must end it now. My name is Aisha Sase. I am Khadija Sakho.
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 We are Khadija Sakho.
We are all Khadija Sakho.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurting, hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life we live, oh, we all have to give, oh, yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
What's me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not to be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to attempt for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like was zero. On the block with a C, money dip and make every day pan free.
took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This not the time we stop now crime. Don't blind by this life, your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father, figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the Green Reaper will be your remover.
This head of the range ranting up some sanctimonious food is as poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's at ease for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up, stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up, stand up for what is right. 'Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through, even when you're feeling new. Do this if we try. There's no time to waste no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not love done, but me heart still not tongue. God don't lift me up, but me heart still not run. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Plead to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. We people then they suffer. You then I you the bluff, it's copper. You're the game, need for change. Like we not get soft. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bomb. Let's be together. With peace and love, golden hopes through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell? I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get whose side the love thing?
When I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above.